Hello, YouTube. In this stream today, I'm going to be comparing 72 different sci-fi or fantasy franchises. I'm going to be talking about several different comic book franchises, the MCU, DCEU, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four. What I mean specifically are the standalone films or TV shows about these characters, not films where they just appear in. Also, I'm going to be talking about the smaller comic book franchises that only have 3 or 4 films, like Sony Spider Man Universe, Men in Black, Kingsman, Hellboy, Blade. Then I'm going to be talking about several different animated franchises like Ice Age from Blue Sky Studios, Despicable Me from Illumination Animation, Madagascar, Shrek, How to Train Your Dragon, Kung Fu Panda from DreamWorks, Cars and Toy Story from Pixar, then 101 Dalmatians, Jungle Book, Pinocchio, Little Mermaid, Lion King, Beauty and the Beast from Disney. Also, Star Wars, Star Trek, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Percy Jackson, Wizard of Oz, Planet of the Apes, Goosebumps, Ghostbusters, Alien, Predator, Terminator, Mummy, King Kong, Tron, Jumanji, Mad Max, Highlander, Honey I Shrunk the Kids. I'm going to look actually at a list here that I've created to remember all these different franchises. Also, Night of the Museum, War of the Worlds, Lego, Muppets, and Medfield. I'll explain what I mean by that in a second. Dr. Seuss, Transformers, I Am Legend, Adam's Family, Animal Farm. Also, I forgot to mention Peter Pan, Alice in Wonderland when I was talking about Disney. And Alvin and the Chipmunks, Divergent, Journey to the Center of the Earth, Never Ending Story, Dr. Doolittle, Nutty Professor. Yeah. All right, that's all. That's all of them. Now, to clarify, when I say Medfield College, what I mean here is that in the 1960s, The Absent Minded Professor came out. There was a sequel to that called Son of Flubber. Don't remember exactly when that came out. Then the 90s, a movie called Flubber came out starring Robin Williams. That's a remake of The Absent Minded Professor. Then in the 70s, there's a movie called The Computer Who Wore Tennis Shoes. This is set at Medfield College, though it doesn't have the same characters as Flubber or Absent Minded Professor. And then there were 2 sequels made to The Computer Who Wore Tennis Shoes. Because all these different movies take place at Medfield College, though they don't all have the same characters, I'm saying that all these films are part of one franchise, that being the Medfield College franchise. That when I say Dr. Seuss, what I mean is that I'm combining the Cat in the Hat adaptation, Lorax film adaptation, the version of The Grinch featuring Jim Carrey, then the other version as well, then Horton Hears a Who. Those are all films that are based on books from Dr. Seuss, so I'm saying that they're all part of the same franchise. Also, at the beginning, I mentioned I'm going to be talking about standalone X-Men, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, Batman, Superman. So I'm talking about all the movies and TV shows that are specifically about these characters. So it means I'm not talking about like the Justice League TV show. When I talk about standalone Batman, I'm not going to be talking about Ben Affleck's version of the character because he never got his own standalone film. He simply appeared in team up films or in other characters' movies, like you saw with The Flash. Also, going to be talking about both DCEU as well as standalone Superman. So there's a little bit of overlap there because Man of Steel is a Superman film, but it's also in the DCEU. Then I'm going to be talking about both the MCU and standalone Spider Man. So again, a little bit of overlap there because you have the MCU Spider-Man trilogy that's there are both Spider-Man films, but are also in the MCU. And then we got Deadpool 3 coming up this year, which is part of the MCU. It's being put out by Marvel Studios, not by Fox, as was the case before, but it does feel like another Fox X-Men film because it has Deadpool, Wolverine in it. Therefore, it feels like one of those films, though this one is being made by Marvel Studios rather than exclusively by Fox. Then Fantastic Four never actually appeared in any big franchise, so no overlap there. With all that out of the way, let's get started. We're going to kick things off with round one, the being a comparison between these franchises in regards to how much of a fan I am of each of them. I'm actually going to be going over a ranking of the franchises that I put down on paper from 72 all the way to number one. So, with that in mind, number 72, we have Sony's Spider Man universe. I put this one at the bottom because I really don't think that they've put out a good movie so far. I think Venom has entertainment value to it because the dynamic between Eddie Brock and Venom is honestly fun, and therefore there's some good banter between the two of them. There's some good action in the movie, but the story and storytelling is pretty messy, and the final battle between Venom and the other symbiote Rhino is an absolute mess because it's two dark creatures fighting during nighttime in a dark location. Thus, you can't tell who's fighting who, so it just becomes a visual mess and a whole bunch of noise. Then Venom Let There Be Carnage is a movie I actually did see in theaters. And honestly, I don't think it's necessarily a good movie. The story and characters are not great. It's pretty dumb. But I think at a minimum, it's a fun comic book B movie. So it's my favorite in the SSU. Then you have Morbius, which I have not seen. I don't have any desire to watch it because, wow, that film was a disaster. There's no other way to put it, considering the fact that the production was a train wreck. The movie was not well received at all, didn't do good at the box office. And the funniest part of this whole deal for me is that Sony saw after the movie came out that people were memeing it to death online, and somehow they actually thought, hey, you know what? Memes make money. Memes sell tickets. So if we re-release this film in theaters, we'll make a lot of money. And then that's not what happened. Instead, Sony spectacularly embarrassed themselves for everyone to see by re-releasing Morbius in theaters, and it bombed a second time. Congratulations, Sony. Somehow you legitimately were trolled by your own fan base. I also just think that this whole idea of making films based on Spider Man's villains or sidekicks, but without Spider Man in there, is very strange. And honestly, it feels cynical and feels like Sony's thinking to themselves, okay, Marvel now has the rights to Spider Man, but wait a minute, we still have the rights to Spider Man's villains or sidekicks. So how can we still make money when we don't have our big money maker anymore, Spider Man? Oh, yeah, let's make a bunch of films about Spider Man's other characters without Spider Man in there. I don't think that's a good idea. And unfortunately, at this point, I don't really trust Sony's Spider Man universe. We're getting 3 films in 2024. I hope that all of them, or maybe just one, ends up being good, but I'm not that hopeful. And then number 71, we have Fantastic Four, honestly, it's pretty sad to me that even though Fantastic Four were the first comic book family, they have yet to be translated well to the big screen. No one's been able to crack the code yet on how to actually do these characters well, do do a good to put out a good version of them in theaters. You have the 1994 Roger Corman film that was cheaply and cynically made just so that Fox could keep the rights to Fantastic Four. And then you have the two Fantastic Four films that came out in the early 2000s. I've seen them before, and honestly, they're not the worst comic book films ever made, but they're not very good either. They're just okay at best. I like the second film better than the first one because at least of Rise of the Silver Surfer, there's more action. There's less of our characters just sitting around in a lab bickering with each other. You see more of them actually fighting together as a team. So that movie's more fun, but it's still not that good. And wow, Fox spectacularly screwed up Galactus. I don't know what they were thinking there. The first film that came out in like 2005 has some entertainment value to it because the action, when it rarely does happen, is entertaining, I would say, but there's not anywhere near enough action in the movie. For too much of the runtime, our four members of the Fantastic Four are just sitting around in a lab fighting with each other. Then you have the 2015 version of Fantastic Four, which is one of the worst comic book films ever made. Wow, was that just an absolute disaster? First of all, it was received terribly, didn't do well at the box office, and the production was a train wreck considering how much tension there was between Josh Trank and the studio. And then on top of that, I don't know what the heck Fox was thinking with this movie. It's like they're trying to turn Fantastic Four into Dark Knight or Man of Steel. That does not work with the Fantastic Four. These characters are not meant to be super dark, serious, gloomy, dour, downbeat. Like, Fox, seriously, you're making a movie about a rock guy, someone who can stretch really far, a lady who can turn invisible and create force fields, and a guy who can shoot fire, lighten up. And thus, Fantastic Four is not a franchise that I'm a big fan of. I hope that Marvel Studios can finally do these characters justice, but I'm not holding my breath out for that one. Then number 70, we have Divergent. I've read the books years ago, and I've seen two out of three of the movies. I've also read only the first two books, not the final one. I don't think that the Divergent movies are the worst films ever made. The problem for me is that they haven't left much of a mark. I find them pretty generic, and so they haven't had very much of an impact. I saw them a long time ago. I don't have any desire to rewatch those films. They come off to me as pretty generic, by the books YA stories that just stick to the formula a lot and really don't do anything different. And thus, I've never seen the third movie, so I've no desire to do so. Considering that I'm planning on considering that I've rewatched or seen for the first time a good amount of movies that are in one of these franchises recently. The fact that it's been years since I've seen the Divergent films, I don't have any desire to rewatch them, says a lot. And then number 69, you have Alvin and the Chipmunks. I've seen four out of the five Chipmunks films, and really none of them are good. I mean, the first film is the best, but once again, the problem here is that I have not seen four of the four Chipmunks movies I've seen before in a long time, and I don't have really any desire to watch them again. I know that this franchise originally started out on TV, and it seems to me like the Chipmunks were done well there, but the movies have not done them justice. And then number 68, we have Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. At this point, I've only seen the first film. There's two sequels to it, one of them being Honey, I Blew Up the Kids, another one being Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. I watched the first film for the first time recently. I really enjoyed it. It's like, yeah, this is just a fun, lighthearted family sci-fi movie. I'm planning on watching the other two films in this franchise at some point, just haven't gotten around to it yet because I've been watching other things. I know that the first film really is a classic, honestly, but the other two films haven't been very well received, and I haven't seen them yet, so I can't put this franchise very high on the list. And then we have Tron, number 67. Once again, I've only seen the first Tron. Admittedly, the difference is there's only two Tron movies that we've gotten so far. I know there's been a TV show as well, then a few other more minor things as well. I saw the first film, was like, okay, I like the visuals here, so I get that the movie's important in the sense that it was one of the first films to extensively use CGI. But while I think the story here works, it makes sense to me. I don't think there are big plot holes, but I don't feel like I'm really getting to know the characters all that well. I don't feel like I'm that invested in them. It's more like, yeah, they seem to be likable, but I don't feel like I'm really getting underneath the surface much. When they go on this adventure, which is good to just nice to see. I think it's entertaining, but I didn't walk away thinking the film was great. And so combination of that and the fact that I've only seen the first film means I have to put this one pretty low on the list. Then number 66, we have Pirates of the Caribbean. I've seen 3 out of the 5 Pirates films, specifically the first 3. I really enjoy the first film. I think it's refreshingly simple and straightforward. It's not complicated. I think Jack Sparrow has done really well in that movie as the complicated anti hero that's not a straightforward black and white hero, but ultimately does actually do the right thing. I like how Will Turner and Elizabeth Swann are not pirates throughout the movie. They only get close to being pirates at the end. And I think, unfortunately, that the sequels missed the mark in the sense that they kept getting longer and more complicated. After the third film, I think the movies got shorter, but look at first film and then the second one, Dead Man's Chest, and then the third one at World's End. It's like, stop being so long and overly complicated. It makes the movies less fun to watch. And also, because Will Turner and Elizabeth Swann in the sequels are pirates themselves, it's like, there's not really anyone to root for, especially in the third film. The problem for me is that the film wants us to think that the pirates are victims and wants us to think that the pirates are being unjustly persecuted. There's a little problem with that. They're pirates. As much as you could say that some of the individual pirates are anti heroes and not villains, still, they are pirates that do bad things. So it's like if they're being hunted down or killed, they probably deserve it. And so, as much as we as the audience might enjoy individual pirates, it doesn't change the fact that when you get into the sequels, it's hard to really know who we're actually rooting for. And then Number 65, we have Pinocchio. At this point, I've only seen the 2022 Pinocchio movie, which honestly I enjoyed well enough when I saw it at first. But then as time has passed and I've thought about the movie more, it hasn't held up well because I've only seen the first film. I can't, and that film hasn't really held up for me as well after watching YouTube videos about it, thinking about it more. I'm like, there's a lot of problems here, so not a big fan. Then number 64, we have Despicable Me. I've seen the first film, second film, and then Minions: Rise of Gru. Haven't seen Minions because that one wasn't well received, and I'm just thinking to myself, Minions are not meant to be the main characters in a movie because inherently they don't grow, they don't change, they don't go through an arc at all. And so they're fine as side characters, but doesn't work to have them be the main characters. And the third film wasn't well received. I don't have any desire to watch that one. But I've enjoyed the Despicable Me movies I actually have seen. I do think one of the problems here is the minions have been really overexposed because they've been plastered everywhere. So it's made a lot of people really sick of Despicable Me because, like, oh, I'm seeing the minions again for the 50th time. I don't care anymore. So because I've only seen 3 out of 5 of the movies, and I overall don't think they're fantastic. I think that they're definitely enjoyable, but they're not at the same level as Kung Fu Panda, Shrek, How to Train Your Dragon, Toy Story. They're not as good as other animated franchises. Then 63, we have RoboCop. I've only seen the first film at this point, which of course means the franchise is going to be lower. But also, while I think the original RoboCop is a good movie, I wouldn't really say it's a great one. I like the social and political commentary in the film. I like the dark satire. I really appreciate that Paul Verhoeven said while making the film, I'm going to trust the audience to be smart enough to catch on to the commentary and satire. I'm not going to hold their hand. I think that they're able to get it on their own, especially in the year 2023 where you had Barbie come out and there's a 10-minute monologue. It's so refreshing that Paul Verhoeven wasn't thinking, I'm going to have a character just flat out say exactly what it is that I believe. Also, I like the music. I think it looks good. But my biggest problem with the original RoboCop is rewatching it recently, especially. I was like, ooh, I don't feel like I'm really that invested in Alex Murphy. One, we barely see him before he gets shot up by all those criminals and then turned into RoboCop. On top of that, feels to me like the family should be the emotional core of the movie. It's supposed to be the main thing that ties RoboCop back to humanity, but yet we barely see the family at all. We barely learn anything about them. We only actually see them through flashbacks or when RoboCop is thinking about them. This is something they actually do think the remake does better is you will see the family in person. They're actually there the whole time. Now, RoboCop, I would say, is definitely a good movie, but not a good franchise. And then number 62, we have Alice in Wonderland. At this point, I've just seen the original Disney movie, which I enjoy. I think it's really good. I haven't seen Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland or the sequel that he made Through the Looking Glass. And then number 61, we have Cars. I'm not really a fan of any of the Cars movies that I've seen. I've watched the first two, not the third one. With the first film, I would say there are good things about it, to be sure. Like some of the songs, especially the character Doc Hudson, is really good. I think he's the most interesting character in that movie. I like that you have this town that is forgotten. Then the end of the movie, we see, oh, people are actually remembering the town again. It's become a tourist hotspot again. My biggest problem with the original movie is that it feels very formulaic and by the books. I'm thinking, okay, here we go again. We've another movie about a main character who starts off as a selfish, narcissistic jerk, but then he goes through a redemptive arc where he learns how to be humble and selfless and thus becomes better as a result of that. Yeah, we've seen this before many times. Now, to be clear, I can enjoy a movie that's formulaic. There's a movie called Game Plan on Disney Plus I've seen before, and I can totally acknowledge it. Yeah, this movie is playing it pretty safe. It's pretty formulaic, but I still enjoy it. I think Dwayne Johnson is really fun to watch. Honestly, one of the big reasons why I don't enjoy Cars as much is because it feels worse than it is because it's being put out by Pixar. This is a great animation studio we're talking about that's done a lot of good to great films and has honestly experimented a lot. So when they do a formulaic film like Cars, to me it's very disappointing. So that's the big reason why I don't cut Cars as much slack as I cut other movies like Game Plan. But then I'm not a fan of Cars 2 at all. Everyone has said that's one of Pixar's only flops, and I completely agree. I don't know what they were thinking there with shifting the genre to a spy movie. It's very jarring. On top of that, Tomato works as a supporting character, not as a main character. I haven't seen Cars 3, and honestly, the main reason is because the impression I've gotten based on the videos that I've watched about Cars 3 is that it's a pretty standard by the book sports movie. I watch videos about it and like, yeah, this feels a lot like Rocky Free, for example. And so Cars is not my favorite Pixar franchise. And then number 60, we have Adam's Family. At this point, I'm not very familiar with this franchise. I've seen the first Adam's Family movie from 1991, as well as the sequel to it called Adam's Family as well. Yeah, Adam's Family Values is the name of the movie. That's a sequel to Adam's Family 1991. Seen those two movies. I haven't yet watched the TV shows. I feel like I probably have seen a few episodes maybe, but I don't remember which ones they were. I don't remember what TV show they're from. So I'm not that into Adam's Family the moment. I like the movies I've seen, but I have to place it lower on the list for that reason. Though I do like that this is definitely different compared to the other franchises that I've included here. And then number 59, we have Animal Farm. This franchise is nostalgic for me because I've read the original book from George Orwell before. I read it for school. And then there's two films that have been made based on that book. I actually haven't seen either I actually haven't seen either movie at this point, but I wanted to include this franchise because I've read the book before. I think it's very interesting. And then number 58, we have Muppets. I have nostalgia for this franchise as well because I had the Muppet movie on VHS tape back when I lived in New York. I would watch that movie and also just watch the opening scene in order to sing along to that song Rainbow Connection from Kermit the Frog. And then I really enjoyed the Muppet Christmas Carol as well. I think Michael Caine does a great job. But at this point, I haven't actually seen very many of the Muppet movies. I've just watched those two, and that's it. So I can't have it that high on the list, but I placed it a little bit higher than some other franchises because of that nostalgia. Then number 57, we have Nutty Professor. Once again, not very familiar with this franchise because I've seen the movie Nutty Professor from the 90s with Eddie Murphy. Haven't seen the original 1960s film that the 90s version is a remake of. Also, haven't seen Nutty Professor 2. I enjoy Nutty Professor, though I will say that film is not my favorite. It's a bit too juvenile for my taste because the Nutty Professor's family. Trying to remember, like George Clump, I think is his name. His family is pretty gross. We see that when the family is sitting down for dinner, and I do like Eddie Murphy's performance. It's pretty fun. I do like the movie. I think it's good. I wouldn't say it's great. And let's see here. Okay, Sherman Klump. Yeah, that's his name. And then we got Highlander, number 56. I've once again only seen the first film at this point. I really enjoy that movie. I watched it for the first time fairly recently. I like this idea of someone from the Middle Ages who's actually immortal, so he's still around hundreds of years later, fighting off people from that time, and someone starts to figure out something's up here. They figure out this guy is actually immortal. Unfortunately, I'm aware that none of the sequels after Highlander have managed to live up to the first film. So, once again, good movie, not a good franchise. And then we have I Am Legend, number 55. Once again, not very familiar with this franchise. I've seen the 2007 film with Will Smith. I really enjoy that one. Haven't seen Omega Man or The Last Man on Earth at this point. I like how the 2007 film starts out with that lady on the news talking about how she supposedly found the cure for cancer. And just based on that scene alone, you get the sense that this is a good person who doesn't have any nefarious motives, but tragically, it all goes very wrong. And thus, Robert Neville ends up becoming the only well, at least at first, he thinks he's the only person still alive on the planet. We learn later on in the movie this isn't exactly true, but there's definitely not as many people around anymore. And I know that I Am Legends based on a book. I haven't yet read the book. Similar to Nutty Professor, actually. Or Alvin and Chipmunks isn't based on a book. Divergent is. And see, Alice in Wonderland is based on a book. I haven't read the original book. And then number 54, you have Transformers. I've seen 4 out of 5 of the Michael Bay films. The one I haven't seen would be The Last Night. Then I've watched both Bumblebee and Rise of the Beast, and also this show called Transformers Earthspark that's on Paramount Plus. I'm a big fan of Bumblebee. I think that's by far the best Transformers film, no contest. Then I like Rise of the Beast. I think it's a good but not great Transformers movie that, yeah, does suffer from the problem of not standing out that much. It kind of just feels like another Transformers film, though I still enjoy it. Then I think the first Transformers film from 2007 is honestly not that good. Some of the issues with Michael Bay films are there, but they're definitely more toned down in that first film. It feels more restrained. That's because I think with the first film, Steven Spielberg, as the executive producer, was actually telling Michael Bay no. So he was actually reining him in, and therefore the movie is easier to get through than the other Transformers films that are just more obnoxious. So I think the first film is, at a minimum, passable. I can enjoy that as a dumb, fun popcorn movie. And then Dark of the Moon is the other one of the Michael Bay Transformers films I actually rewatched recently that says something because I didn't want to rewatch Revenge of the Fallen or Age of Extinction. There's entertainment value with Dark of the Moon, especially with the Battle of Chicago, although it's still not that good because I haven't enjoyed that many of the live action Transformers films, I have to place this franchise lower. I know there's the version from the 80s that is held in high esteem, but I haven't actually watched that one yet. I enjoyed Transformers Earth Spark. At number 53, we have 101 Dalmatians. Again, not very familiar with this franchise because I've seen the original Disney animated film from the 60s, but I haven't seen Cruella or the 90s remake of 101 Dalmatians. The biggest reason why I don't want to watch Cruella is because I hear what that movie is about. I'm like, that is such a weird thing to do. Why would you try to make a puppy killer in any way sympathetic? Why make a movie fleshing out Cruella's origin more? So I'm thinking there's literally nothing you can do at all that's going to make me in any way, shape, or form sympathize with Cruella or understand where she's coming from. No, that lady is despicable. If you actually are just totally fine with murdering an innocent puppy, then you're a awful person. And there's nothing that can possibly make me feel sorry for you. So I just don't want to see Cruella. I really enjoy the original Disney animated film, but I have to place this franchise lower because I'm not very familiar with it at this point. Then number 52, we have Dr. Seuss. I've seen the version of Cat in the Hat with Eddie Murphy, and then the version of the Lorax came out in 2012, I think. And then the version of Horton Hears a Who, which is from DreamWorks, I'm pretty sure. Then there's the two different versions of The Grinch. Seen I don't know if I've seen either one of them, to be honest. I know for sure I've watched Horton Hears a Who, Cat in the Hat, and The Grinch. I like Horton Hears a Who, but when it comes to Cat in the Hat and The Lorax, again, those are movies that the more I thought about them, the less good, the lower my opinion of them has been. So I haven't rewatched them anytime recently. I haven't actually rewatched Horton Hears a Who in some time either, but I actually do want to rewatch that film. Dr. Seuss's books are definitely classics, but it's been a mixed bag when it comes to adapting these books to the big screen. I put this one just a little bit higher than some others because the books are classics and there's been some good versions of these stories. And then number 51, we have The Little Mermaid. I've seen the original Disney animated version, haven't yet seen the live action remake. Then I've seen the 1975 version from Hans Christian Andersen. When I watched the original Disney animated Little Mermaid for the first time, I was thinking, I get why other people enjoy this film. There's catchy, memorable songs. Ursula's a good villain. Visually, the movie looks good, but I have some serious issues with this film. Like the fact that Ariel is so incredibly stupid in that movie. She makes a horrible decision when she decides to sell Ursula her soul for the sake of getting Prince Eric, who she knows so little about. By the end of the movie, her actions put Triton, his kingdom, everyone, everything Ariel cares about in danger. Yet at the end of the movie, King Triton doesn't in any way punish Ariel. He just gives Ariel exactly what she wants, which means Ariel doesn't learn anything. We don't actually see Ariel accept responsibility and accountability for what she did. Instead, King Triton just gives her everything. And then Ariel gets married to Prince Eric, because they're in love. Yay! Wait a minute here. Ariel's only 16 years old. How often does a 16-year-old girl make a smart decision? And then on top of that, Ariel and Eric literally spent a few days together, during which time they never had a single conversation. And now suddenly Ariel is just going off to marry Eric. And then on top of that, think about this. We know that Eric lives in a coastal kingdom, which means the people of that kingdom most likely make their living via fishing and trading. We literally see a chef in the movie that takes a lot of joy in cooking and killing sea creatures. And we also know that in this universe, fish actually are sentient, they are able to talk, they have emotions, personalities. Yet it seems to me like Eric has probably killed and eaten quite a good amount of Ariel's friends. So this is a problem that's going to come up with Ariel and Eric getting married. Maybe Eric will decide, hey, I'm going to outlaw fishing in my kingdom out of kindness to Ariel. But then the problem with that is you just put a lot of people out of work, Eric. But on the other hand, if Ariel ends up eating one of her friends, then she's not going to be happy about that. And so I was like, okay, I get why other people enjoy Little Mermaid. I'm not really a big fan of this movie. At best, I think it's okay. I get that it's a classic, but I personally don't enjoy it as much. Honestly, I enjoy the 1975 version of the story that I would say is not as well known. I think it's shorter and it's more in line with the original Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale that inspired Disney's version of the story in the first place. So the 1975 version ends in a tragic way, and thus I enjoy it more. And then I haven't seen the live action remake yet because it's a remake of the Disney animated version that I don't enjoy as much. And then number 50, we have Never Ending Story. I watched the first film for the first time fairly recently. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun watching this kid go around this magic world. But I know that none of the sequels have lived up to the original film. I think the second one might have gotten good reviews. I don't know. Let me look this up here for a second. Okay, yeah, Neverending Story 2, the next chapter, came out in 1990. Wow, that was really not well received at all. Only 14% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yikes. The third film, only 26%. So, yeah, I was right. None of the sequels to Neverending Story have actually managed to live up to the first one. So, once again, great movie, not a great franchise, and one that I'm not as familiar with because I've only seen the first film. Then we got Jumanji at number 49. Once again, not as familiar with this one because I've only seen the original Jumanji, which I watched for the first time fairly recently. I really enjoy Robin Williams' performance in that movie. He was a great actor. It's a shame that he died early because he did a great job in Mrs. Doubtfire, Dead Poets Society, Aladdin, Jumanji. And then with Jumanji, actually, unlike some of the other franchises I've talked about, the sequels have been well received. And then number 48, we have Journey to the Center of the Earth. There's the 2008 version of Jules Verne's novel with Brendan Fraser. Then a Spanish version that I think came out in 1975. And then one other movie, which I haven't seen. I've only watched the 2008 film. I think it's a perfectly fine, entertaining movie. That's not great. The story and characters are not fantastic. They're not that memorable, but it's just a fun movie. And then Number 47, we have Ice Age from Blue Sky Studios. I've seen the first film, second film, The Meltdown, third film, Dawn of the Dinosaurs, fourth film, Continental Drift, and then the fifth film, Collision Course, and also Bucks, that Buck movie that came out on Disney Plus last year. I really enjoyed the first three Ice Age movies. I think that they don't go too over the top. And actually, when it comes to the first film specifically, I like the dynamic between Manny, Sid, and Diego. How Manny and Diego are annoyed by Sid frequently throughout the film, and also the relationship that develops between the baby and then those three animals. We get to we get to Continental Drift, and I feel like we're getting a bit over the top at this point with Scrat going into the center of the earth, creating all these monuments, causing Pangea. I was like, oh, okay, we're getting pretty silly at this point. Yeah, I know that Scrat has been in every Ice Age film, but we're getting a bit silly here, especially in Collision Course. I think that is where the franchise 100% just went off the rails. Like, ooh, this is just utterly ridiculous. Scrat goes out into space and there's like an asteroid coming to wipe everyone out. What are we doing? And then you have the Bucks Wild movie that came out on Disney Plus, and I enjoyed it well enough when I saw it, but again, it hasn't held up well over time. So I fought back on it and was like, "Ooh, this is not that good." I mean, it's entertaining enough that I wasn't bored while watching it, but it feels like Disney put this out just for the sake of putting additional content on Disney Plus. And then number 46, we have the Medfield College franchise, meaning The Absent-Minded Professor, which I actually watched for the first time fairly recently. I actually really enjoyed it. And I used to own Flubber on VHS tape, so this franchise has nostalgia for me. I haven't seen Son of Flubber. I've seen The Computer Who Wore Tennis Shoes, not the two sequels to it. I've enjoyed all the movies in this franchise that I actually have seen, but again, I'm not as familiar with this one, so it has to be a little bit lower. Same thing goes with number 45, Mad Max. I've just seen Mad Max Fury Road at this point, not the other Mad Max films. I really enjoyed Fury Road. The action visuals are great. I like that the movie doesn't feel the need to overly explain things because the characters just of their facial expressions are able to convey what emotions they're feeling. I think that the set I think that the sacrifice we see at the end of the movie is quite powerful. I watched Fury Road for the first time as a college student at Southwest Minnesota State University in Marshall. And then it got Lion King at number 44. Lion King is, of course, a classic, one of the Disney Renaissance films. I rewatched it pretty recently, actually, and man, I really enjoy it because I think visually the movie still looks really good today. The songs are very memorable and catchy. The characters are great. I like the message the movie gives about not being obsessed with the past, not remaining fixated on it, actually moving on and actually learning from the past rather than just running away from it. Also, Scar is a really good villain, and like James Earl Jones gives his character a lot of gravitas. Sadly, we don't see much of Mufasa. He is absolutely meant to be the paragon that we can all look up to. He's a bit similar to Qui-Gon Jinn from Star Wars, or Mr. Miyagi from Kung Fu Panda, or Oogway from Kung Fu Panda, Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid. Actually, these characters are all similar in the sense that they don't have as much screen time. The screen time they have really stands out. because they are all intended to be that shining beacon of light, a pillar of virtue, a paragon. You have Dum- you have Gandalf, Optimus Prime, Steve Rogers, Ned Stark, Qui-Gon, Mufasa, Mr. Miyagi. And then I've seen Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. I actually just watched that film again within the last week. I enjoy it. I don't think it's as good as the original. It doesn't look quite as good. Voice acting isn't quite as good, which isn't surprising. It was made for TV unless it had a lower budget, but I still enjoy it. I don't think it's bad. And then there's Lion King 1.5, which I've seen before, though it's been a good amount of time. Again, I enjoy it, though it's certainly not as good as the first film. And then I saw the Lion King remake in theaters, unfortunately. The main reason I watched it is just because my parents really wanted to watch it. So we all watched it together. Of course, I always enjoy seeing a movie in theaters with them, but man, the biggest problem with the remake by far is that because the animals look photorealistic, they're not able to emote. They're unable to show emotion on their faces because animals in the real world don't emote the same way that humans do. And then because of that, you're not as invested in the characters. You don't feel like you're able to connect with them as much. They don't have personalities that immediately pop out. With the original film, because the animals are animated, it means they're able to show emotion on their faces. You become emotionally invested in them. They have personalities that immediately pop, and so it's actually fun to watch. Whereas this remake, man, it is a chore to get through. For one, actually, because the movie visually looks pretty bland. It's mostly just a whole bunch of brown backgrounds, and then you're not connecting with the characters as much. And then number 43, we have Beauty and the Beast. Again, the original film is one of the classics from the Disney Renaissance. Again, I rewatched it just over the last week. I still really enjoy it. Yeah, there are things that honestly don't really make sense if you actually think about the movie more. Like, for example, why are all the servants turned into a candle or clock or a teapot? All these kind of objects. What exactly did they do to deserve that punishment? The original film never gives an answer to this question. Also, why does no one remember the beast or his castle? And also, why is this master of the castle entering the front door himself? Why doesn't one of his servants do that? And also, right at the beginning of the movie, we hear that the rose she had offered was truly an enchanted rose, which would bloom until his 21st year. Then in the song Be Our Guest, Lumiere specifically says, 10 years we've been rusting. That means that this prince was only 11 years old when he was cursed. It's like, wait a minute. So this guy was literally only a child when this enchantress cursed him. What's going on here? He was really young. And yeah, honestly, at the time, I'm sure that it was commonly accepted that if some stranger comes to the door, you don't immediately just let them in. So it's like, wait a minute, did the prince even do anything wrong here? Okay, maybe he was selfish, spoiled, mean, sure, but does that mean he deserved to get cursed like that? He was just a child who saw a stranger trying to get into the castle. He's like, well, this person could harm me or others if I let them in. I mean, you could debate this point. Maybe the prince actually should have let her in, but if you think about it, it's like, wait a minute, what's going on with this enchantress? Was she actually right to curse the prince in the first place? And so yeah, if you think about the movie more, there are issues that you could have with the movie, though I personally think these are just nitpicks. For me, they don't diminish my enjoyment of the movie. And then I have seen Beauty and the Beast: The Enchanted Christmas. I haven't seen Belle's Magical World. I enjoy Beauty and the Beast: The Enchanted Christmas, though. Again, it was straight to video, so it has a lower budget. Not as good as the original film, but I still like it. Haven't seen the remake. Really don't have any desire to because it doesn't feel to me like the remake adds anything that actually makes the story better. Feels like it just adds things for the sake of answering some of those questions that were unanswered in the original. And it adds some weird stuff as well, like the Black Plague and a book that can take the beast anywhere around the world. And then number 42, we have Peter Pan. At this point, I've seen Hook from 1991, done by Steven Spielberg, the 2003 live action version of Peter Pan. I don't recall watching the original Disney animated version from 1951. I did not see P- Peter Pan and Wendy when it came out, and I still haven't seen it. The reviews have been not terrible, but lukewarm, so I haven't really had any desire to watch it. And then, are there other versions, Peter Pan? I think there probably are, though I don't recall others right now. I've enjoyed the versions of Peter Pan that I actually have watched. I watched Hook, a 2003 version of Peter Pan recently, but not as familiar with this franchise. And then we got Mummy number 41. I watched the original black and white 1932 Mummy film when I was a college student at SMSU. I enjoyed that film. I rewatched it fairly recently. Haven't yet seen the sequels to the 1932 film. I really enjoy the 1999 version of The Mummy with Brendan Fraser and also The Mummy Returns. I've seen Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, and I think that it's a perfectly okay, average, passable Mummy film. I don't hate it. I don't intensely dislike it, but it's not great. I think one of the big problems here is that the movie makes Rick and Evelyn out to be retired, presents it as they're old now, so they can't go on the adventure. It's like, wait a minute. You look at what Brendan Fraser physically was like at the time, and it's weird that the movie presents Rick and Evelyn as being retired out of the action. Brendan Fraser was still young when Tomb of the Dragon Emperor came out. I think there's fun action scenes and story perfectly passable characters, and they work fine. The new ones aren't super memorable by any means. Then you have the 2017 remake, which is just a disaster. Yikes. That movie is not well received at all. Universal was clearly trying to kickstart their own dark universe with that film. It spectacularly failed. And thus, we see that you can't rush into a shared universe. It doesn't work. So I haven't seen 2017 Mummy film. I don't have any desire to watch it. And then number 39, we have the Alien franchise. Of course, Alien and Aliens are both classics. I think they're both great, though for different reasons. Aliens, a great, slower paced, serious sci fi horror film that really takes its time to build up the suspense until you get to those moments of horror. Honestly, for the most part, I think that movie visually holds up very well. The only part in the movie where I was thinking this looks dated when I was watching it recently is the very end when Ripley blows the creature out of the ship and it's in space, and then you see it bounce against the walls. It's like, oh, okay. In this shot, the alien is very clearly a guy in a suit. But aside from that, I didn't think the movie looks dated. And then Aliens, a great sci fi horror action film that has big action scenes. You have the colonial marines in there that are quite entertaining. You get invested in the characters just like with the original, so you don't want them to die. The introduction of the alien queen is great. Sigourney Weaver gives a great performance as Ripley. I really like the journey that her character goes on. Where in the first film, she's on the Nostromo. At first, she's not the person in charge, but then as Captain Dallas dies, she ends up assuming a leadership role. We see her really step up to the plate. Then in Aliens, she comes back after being asleep for 57 years. And then she goes back to LV-426. She actually faces her fear. Then in the end, willingly goes into an alien nest in order to save Newt. I like how, as we learn in the director's cut of Aliens, Ripley had a biological daughter that died of old age. Ripley wasn't able to be there because she was asleep. But then Ripley meets Newt, and so she gains a surrogate daughter. And then Hicks comes into the picture. So you see this ragtag family form. By the end of Aliens, Ripley will not lose another daughter. And also, you have that Cat Jones that doesn't die. I think that's one of the things that ensures that that Alien and Aliens are not too cynical or too mean spirited to the point where they're just unpleasant. I think that's where Aliens Free really screws up because for me, that film is legitimately hard to get through. I find it very unpleasant because it's just cynical, jaded, bleak, mean spirited, and ultimately nihilistic. It literally starts with Hicks and Newt just gone. In particular, we literally see a innocent child, innocent little girl drown in her sleep. And then we see the mother figure watching in pain as her surrogate daughter is being opened up. And then we see an innocent dog slowly die as it whimpers in pain. At that point, I'm like, you have gone too far. You're being unnecessarily mean spirited, unnecessarily bleak. By the end of the movie, also, Bishop is gone. Ripley sacrifices herself. She finds out, oh, I'm just going to give birth to an alien queen. I've lost everybody. I'm in a prison with all these bad people. And then I'm just going to give birth to an alien queen. So the movie to me just sends this message that nothing matters. Ripley might as well have just not bothered to save Newt. She just ends up losing her anyway. Everything we saw in Aliens with Ripley gaining this ragtag family, none of it mattered. None of it actually amounted to anything. Ripley has just lost everything. She cannot ever catch a break. She's just gone through so much, and in the end, she just has nothing left to live for, no reason at all to keep going. So at that point, I think the movie's just too bleak for me to care about. I get that alien movies are meant to be darker, they're not meant to be family friendly. And Alien and Aliens are rated R, people die, but those movies are not too cynical or too jaded. I feel like Alien Free is where they just cross that line. I'm not a fan of Alien Resurrection. It's not as offensive to me as Alien Free. It doesn't leave as bad of a taste in my mouth, but it just is too stupid. Then I'm not a fan of Prometheus. It's frustrating, to be honest, because on a technical level, yeah, the movie's fantastic. VFX, cinematography, CGI, lighting, editing, production, set design, costumes, and makeup. That's all great. There's some very interesting characters in there, like David and Shaw, but the problem is that I don't want to see the xenomorphs have this very complicated, convoluted backstory. I think that misses the point of what worked in the first two movies. The mystery is one of the reasons why those movies work. The fact that we don't know where this alien creature came from or how long it's been around. Sometimes less is more. It's fine for there to be mystery when it's actually done well. To me, one of the biggest problems of both Prometheus and Alien Covenant is just they suck away the intrigue, the mystique, the mystery by just revealing where the alien came from. And that's not something I want to see. Also, the characters make such incredibly stupid decisions that for me it's very frustrating to watch because I'm just here shouting at the screen, "Don't get close to an alien creature rising up out of this black goo." Also, just run sideways. There's this big alien ship coming down on you. Stop running straight. Go to the side. Also, what you people are going onto the surface of this alien planet with no hazmat suit, no helmet on at all. You know, there's such a thing as pathogens. You could end up getting sick. How is it that you're so incredibly reckless? And it makes me not like the characters as much. In particular, in Alien Covenant, it makes it so that literally makes it so that you don't feel as bad when the characters die. It's like, yeah, you were an idiot. This all could have easily been prevented if you had the smallest amount of common sense. I haven't actually seen Alien Covenant. I've seen all the other Alien films. To be clear, I look at the AVP movies as alien fan fiction. I don't think that they're canon. In my head, they are not canon, especially because they contradict what we see in some of the other alien movies. They just make things messier. So I can enjoy the first AVP as just fun, big budget cinematic fan fiction. To me, AVPR gets so dark, so bleak that it's not even a movie I can enjoy as big budget fan fiction. It's not actually fun to watch or entertaining. It's just dumb. And then I enjoy the first two Alien movies. I don't really have any flaws with them, but I haven't really enjoyed any of the other Alien movies. And then number 38, we have Superman. I haven't seen that many of the Superman movies. I've watched the original two Superman films done by Richard Donner as well as Man of Steel. I rewatched them fairly recently, within the last several months, but I don't know if I've seen Superman 3 before. I don't, or Superman 4 or Superman Returns, and I'm not really a fan of Man of Steel. I will agree there's some good things about the movie, like the John Williams score. There's some creative visuals. I think that Henry Cavill doesn't give a bad performance. I think the problem really is the writing, and then I haven't actually seen any Superman TV shows that I can remember. So I've always been more into Batman and less into Superman. I've seen multiple Batman shows, whereas I don't recall watching any Superman TV shows. Then we got Matrix number 37. I've watched at this point The Matrix, Matrix Reloaded, Matrix Revolutions. I have not seen Matrix Resurrections at this point. I actually just watched Reloaded and Revolutions for the first time recently. I had seen the original film before, really enjoyed that one. I mean, there are good things about Reloaded and Revolutions. I think there are fun action scenes in those movies, but I also thought I felt Revolutions was a disappointing end to the trilogy because at the end it tries to make you think that yes, the humans have won, they defeated the machines, the war is over. Except that's not really what happens. Neo makes a sacrifice so that the machines stop hunting down the humans, and yeah, I think it's powerful that Neo makes that decision in the end. But if you think about it, you realize, oh, the humans did not actually beat the machines. The humans really aren't free. It's just that they're not being hunted. anymore. And I was like, wow, what were the people making these films thinking? Because it feels like the first two films were building up to humanity actually becoming free, winning against the machines, and then that doesn't happen in the third film. Also, the end of Reloaded, you have that famous scene where Neo's talking to the architect. I was like, "Ooh, wow, this is getting really heavy-handed." It's a whole lot of philosophy being dumped on us at once. It's a big exposition dump. It upends everything we thought we knew before. And so it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I enjoy that. So I think Matrix in general is a great movie, though not a great franchise. But there are things that I like about Reloaded and Revolution, so I don't have any desire to watch Matrix Resurrections. Then at number 36, we have Percy Jackson, franchise that I have nostalgia for because I've read some of Rick Riordan's books multiple times, specifically when it comes to the original five books that he wrote, the Percy Jackson and the Olympians series. I've read all those books and read them multiple times. I've read the Heroes of Olympus books, then I've read at least the first Trials of Apollo book. I have not read the Magnus Chase books about Norse mythology or the Kane Chronicles about Egyptian mythology. I'm a big fan of the books, and so I was very, very disappointed when the two films came out in the early 2010s. I'm not a big fan of either one of them. It feels to me like they were being made by people who don't actually share a common affection for the original books. It's made by people who don't really get the books. And so it's like, ooh, wow, I think these movies don't do a good job of translating the story to the big screen. But fortunately, recently we got a new TV show on Disney Plus. New episodes are still coming out right now. Before this series came out, at first I was thinking, man, I want this series to be good or great, but I'm not really hopeful because of the fact that I didn't like the movies. But then I started to hear that, oh, Rick Riordan is actually heavily involved with this series. That's a good sign. He actually has made his displeasure with the two movies very clear. I heard that, oh, Rick Riordan even co-produced one of the episodes, and then we're telling the story told in the original book over the course of an 8 episode TV show rather than a movie. Wow, I think that's actually a really good sign because when you do an 8 episode TV show, it's basically like 5, 6 hours worth of screen time. That gives you a lot more time than a single 2 to 2.5 hour movie to tell the story. And so I've so far been very, very happy with this new series. It's like, oh, yes, yes, this right here is exactly what I've been waiting for a long time. This feels like it actually finds the right tone. This feels like it actually strikes the right balance between making some changes to the original book but also being faithful to the book at the same time. And actually, before the show started coming out too, when I watched the trailer for it, I was like, yes, this looks right. It feels like it actually captures the spirit of the books, and I like that the characters actually look younger. They look more like they're 12 years old, unlike the two movies where it looks like they're 17. I think that is better. And then number 35, we have Terminator. I think the first two Terminator movies, like the first two Alien movies, are classics, though again for different reasons. The original Terminator seamlessly blends several different genres: action, romance, sci-fi, and horror. Also, I think that what that movie was able to accomplish, considering its budget, is quite impressive. Admittedly, compared to T2, visually speaking, the original film doesn't hold up quite as well. At the end of the movie, when you see the robotic endoskeleton and it's chasing after Kyle and Sarah, it's like, ooh, clearly when they were making this film, they had some trouble with that big robotic and with that big robotic body. because clearly they had trouble moving this around because of its weight. So it doesn't necessarily hold up all that well. Though I do think at the same time, this actually makes the Terminator seem scarier because its slow and janky movements. And then I don't like Terminator Free because it's both a carbon copy of T2 and yet at the same time completely undermines the victory that our good guys earned at the end of T2, then I enjoy Salvation. Yeah, I agree there's problems with it. I wish that it actually had the same visual style that we saw in the original two movies. Whenever we got those little glimpses into the future war, there is this cool what black and blue look with the lasers that was very visually interesting. Whereas in Terminator Salvation, everything's just brown. That looks more boring to me. Also, I agree that the movie has a hard time figuring out whether it wants to focus on John Connor or Marcus. I do like the idea of the Marcus character, someone who at first doesn't even know he's not fully human, but then realizes he's part human, part machine, and then has to decide whether he's going to be a human or a Terminator. Which side of himself is he actually going to embrace? Also, I really appreciate that movie does something different. It's actually set fully in the future war. It's not another Terminator movie where a Terminator goes back in time to kill someone. We've seen that multiple times before. And then Terminator Genesis is a movie that I honestly can enjoy as big budget cinematic Terminator fan fiction. And therefore, it's pretty dumb. I think it gets way too complicated, but there is enjoyment to be had. Then I haven't seen Dark Fate. I watched Sarah Connor Chronicles years ago. I don't remember exactly when. I remember enjoying that series, though I haven't rewatched it recently. But looking I'm actually looking at my list here. So after The Mummy, which is number 41, I remember talking about Alien, but number 40, I have Jurassic Park. I've read the original two Michael Crichton books before, not recently, but I enjoy them. I think the original film, Steven Spielberg, is a classic. And man, rewatching it, I was very impressed by how well that film holds up today. It came out 30 years ago, and yet when I rewatched it recently, I did not think this looks dated or unconvincing or stupid. No, I was like, this still looks convincing all these decades later. I think a big part of that is because of the mixture of practical effects and CGI that was used. Similar to how when I rewatched recently Terminator 2 and Aliens, is like, these movies really hold up well. In fact, I think they look better than some recent big budget blockbusters. Like I compare Terminator 2 to some of the recent Marvel films, and like Terminator 2 looks better, even though it came out a long time ago. Similarly, when I rewatched the 2007 Transformers film, I was like, wow, this looks better than some recent big budget blockbusters, even some ones that came out in 2023. Even Transformers came out over 10 years ago. And thus, I think there are some problems with CGI nowadays. This could be a whole other video, to be honest. When it comes to the Jurassic Park sequels, I have not seen Fallen Kingdom or Dominion. I think that Jurassic Park 2 and 3 are not very good. Then Jurassic World is a movie that I can enjoy as Jurassic Park fan fiction. It's pretty dumb, like the whole idea of dinosaurs being the military. That is really stupid. Like, what? Dinosaurs are going to be useful in the military. How? There is such a thing as guns and tanks and planes. When is a dinosaur going to actually be useful? But I can enjoy Jurassic World, and thus I actually do plan on rewatching it at some point. Whereas I don't want to rewatch any of the other Jurassic Park sequels. And then number 34, we have Ghostbusters. I've seen the original Ghostbusters along, and then I haven't actually seen any of the other Ghostbusters movies, so not very familiar with the franchise at this point. I really enjoyed that first filming. All four of the actors are playing the main Ghostbusters, do a really good job. I like the visuals of the movie. I think the story is well told. And as a reminder here, 35 we had Terminator, 36 Percy Jackson, 37 The Matrix, 38 Superman, 39 Alien, 40 Jurassic Park. Then 33 we have Shrek. I've seen the original four Shrek films along with the first Puss in Boots movie and then Puss in Boots The Last Wish, which came out last year. I am a really big fan of Shrek 2. I think that's a fantastic sequel, one of the best out there. I like Shrek as well, though I will admit there are some cliches in that movie, like the misunderstanding between the couple, and then both characters go off to sulk before this issue is ultimately resolved. Not a fan of Shrek 3. I think Shrek Forever After is a good but not great Shrek movie. Then I enjoy Puss in Boots, and I thought Last Wish was fantastic. I was like, wow, this is legitimately a phenomenal movie. And then you got X-Men. I've seen almost all of the films in this franchise because I've seen all three of the Bryan Singer X-Men films in the early 2000s. X-Men Origins Wolverine, along with The Wolverine, Logan, X-Men First Class, Days of Future Past, and Apocalypse. I've seen that whole trilogy, along with the two Deadpool films. The only X-Men films I've not seen at this point are Dark Phoenix and New Mutants. And I think the X-Men franchise is really inconsistent. For one, the continuity here is just a mess. If you try to figure it out, I feel like your brain would explode because there's so many contradictions. The quality of these movies varied immensely. Because on the one hand, you had a terrific movie like Logan, and also a terrible movie like X-Men Origins Wolverine. And some X-Men films are more in the middle, like Apocalypse, which I thought it wasn't terrible, but it was just very generic and mediocre. Then I think the original X-Men movie from 2000 holds up as a good but not great movie. I think there are aspects of it that haven't held up as well, but I think it does a great job introducing the audience to this world. Then X2, I think, is one of the best sequels out there, along with Days of Future Past. And then I like First Class, along with the two Deadpool films. Not a fan of Origins Wolverine or X3. So I think that the quality here is varied immensely. But because I've seen almost all the X-Men films and there are some real gems among them, I decided to place the X-Men franchise a bit higher than some others. It's still not in the top 30, but in the top half of this list. Then 31 DCEU. Again, I've seen almost all the DCEU films. I've seen Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, though I've only seen that one once. I haven't rewatched it. Zack Snyder's Justice League, Shazam and Shazam 2, The Flash. I saw Blue Beetle in theaters. Just yesterday, I watched Aquaman 2 in theaters. I've seen Black Adam, the first Aquaman, Birds of Prey, and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, the longest title ever. And then I've seen, I think those are all the ones I watched right there. And then I have not seen the 2016. Well, there's The Suicide Squad from James Gunn. I forgot to mention that one. Haven't seen. I've seen that one and really enjoy it, but I've not seen the 2016 version of Suicide Squad, Justice League, the theatrical cut of Justice League, or let's see. I think there's one. Yeah, I think that's just those two films right there that I haven't actually watched. And so I've seen almost all of these films, and frankly I actually enjoy most of them. I just looking at a I'm looking at a list right now. It's a good thing I did because man, I forgot about several of these films. So I have not seen Wonder Woman 1984, the theatrical cut of Justice League, or Suicide Squad 2016. I've seen Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, the first Wonder Woman, the Suicide Squad from James Gunn, Shazam and Shazam 2, Birds of Prey, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Black Adam, The Flash, Blue Beetle, and Aquaman 2. Out of these 15 movies, there are only 5 of them that I either haven't seen before or don't enjoy. Don't enjoy Man of Steel or Batman v Superman. I enjoy all the other DCU films, even the ones that are not quite as good. I still don't think that they're bad. Shazam 2 is overly familiar. Then aspects of Blue Beetle honestly are generic. The plot and the villain are generic and very reminiscent of both Iron Man and Ant-Man. And then I had issues with Aquaman 2, but I still like it. And even though I think the quality here has varied, and there's no denying Warner Brothers did not manage the DCEU well whatsoever. This universe was just a terrible example of studio management, leadership, having a vision. But I like most of the individual films. It's because of that, I'm placing it one spot higher. I'm placing it higher than X-Men because I think that the DCEU is not as inconsistent as the Fox X-Men franchise was. And when it comes to X-Men television, I have actually seen X-Men the animated series from the 90s on Disney Plus. Big fan of that one. Seen Legion and The Gifted. They're both from Marvel Television. Legion is more of a drama character study about this mutant who is a telepath. Gifted is set at a point in the timeline where, for some reason, the X-Men have disappeared, and thus all these other mutants are trying to rescue other mutants and save them from the government. And then at number 30, we have Star Wars. I think that Star Wars has been pretty inconsistent, though I'm placing it higher than X-Men and DCEU because I do have nostalgia for this franchise. I have a DVD box set of the original trilogy. Got it from my grandparents on my dad's side, actually. And then I have several different reference books. And also, I have seen a good amount of Star Wars movies. Not all of them, but I've seen the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, and Rogue One, Force Awakens, and The Last Jedi. Haven't seen Rise of Skywalker or Solo. I played the mobile game Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes for years. Even after I stopped playing that game, I still actually, for a time, was watching streams every week. And then I've read some of the books for the new canon, like the first Thrawn book, Bloodlines, Tarkin, Lords of the Sith, Phasma, Catalyst. And then I've read some of the books from Legends as well, though not recently, like Darth Plagueis or the Darth Bane trilogy. I've actually read that trilogy multiple times because I really enjoyed it. But when it comes to the Star Wars movies, I recently only rewatched a couple of them. I only rewatched the original trilogy and Rogue One. I did not rewatch the prequels, Force Awakens, Last Jedi. Still haven't seen Rise of Skywalker or Solo. I have seen the Clone Wars theatrically released movie, and that one isn't very good. So out of 12 Star Wars movies, I only chose to rewatch 4 of them, only one third. So I have to put this franchise a bit lower but because I'm more familiar with it compared to some of the franchises lower on this list, I put Star Wars a bit higher. Then number 29, we have War of the Worlds. I've seen the version from Steven Spielberg with Tom Cruise. I enjoy that one. Yeah, there are issues with it, but I enjoy it. And then there's the original 1950s War of the Worlds film, which I have seen. I watched it with my mom for the first time within the last couple years. Then there was a sequel to Steven Spielberg's War of the Worlds, which I haven't seen. This franchise hasn't put out very many movies, but actually has been around for a long time. Because it hasn't put out as many movies, that means it hasn't been as inconsistent as X-Men, DCEU, or Star Wars. Actually, I do want to mention here I watched the Peacemaker show within the last 2 years. Overall, I enjoy that show, though there is too much swearing in there for my taste. It got really tiring for me. It was like, can these characters please stop saying the F word? This is ridiculous. I don't need to hear this much swearing. This is just gratuitous and excessive. And then number 28, we have Night at the Museum. I've seen all four of the Night at the Museum movies, and honestly, I enjoy all of them. Yeah, I think that Night at the Museum Common Raw Rises again suffers from the same problem as Buck's Adventure, where it does feel like it was put on Disney Plus for the sake of having more content on that streaming service. Though I wouldn't say I dislike that movie. And I enjoy all the Night Museum movies, and frankly, I don't understand why it is that the free live action movies of Ben Stiller don't have good reviews. Like, what? Why is it that these movies are bad? I mean, no, they're not fantastic. They're not character studies. It's not like, and the story's that deep. No, it's pretty simple. Movies are fun, lighthearted. They're perfectly fine, entertaining movies. And then number 27, we have Doctor Doolittle. We have Lego. I mean, Doctor Doolittle is coming up next. I've seen the four lower budget Bionicle movies that came out in the early 2000s. I enjoy all of them, though they're certainly not fantastic. Then I really enjoy both Lego Movie and Lego Movie 2, the second part. I remember before I saw the Lego Movie, it's like, what? This is not going to work. This is ridiculous. Then I saw the movie and I was very pleasantly surprised by just how good it is. I really enjoyed Lego Batman movie as well. I haven't seen the Lego Ninjago movie, but I've enjoyed all the Lego movies I actually have seen. And then number 26, we have Doctor Doolittle, which I really enjoy. I've seen 3 out of 5 of the movies. I like them all. Don't understand again why it is they have bad reviews. I'm like, why exactly is it that they're bad? Again, they're not fantastic, but I don't think that's a problem. Not every movie needs to be a character study or have a fantastic story. Sometimes it's perfectly fine for a movie to just be fun, entertaining. I think that's what Doctor Doolittle is. And then number 25, we have Blade. I've seen the first 2 Blade movies. I watched them for the first time fairly recently, and I enjoy both of them. Admittedly, they're not my favorite comic book movies out there. In general, I'm not as much of a horror guy, but I can still say, yeah, the first 2 Blade movies are very well done. And then we got Hellboy. I've seen the first 2 Hellboy movies. I haven't seen the remake. Hasn't gotten good reviews. I don't really have a desire to watch it. But I really enjoyed the 2 Hellboy movies. I liked watching comic book movies that are different from other ones, and also enjoyed starting to get into the less well-known, less mainstream comic book movies, the ones that aren't connected to a bigger franchise. Then number 23, we have Kingsman. Once again, it was interesting for me watching Kingsman because these movies feel different from other comic book movies. They feel more like a spy movie, more like James Bond with comic book stuff put on top of that. I've seen all three of the Kingsman movies and I like them all. I know that the movie The King's Man was more divisive, and a lot of people didn't enjoy Golden Circle as much. Yeah, I agree there's issues. I don't like it as much as Secret Service, but I don't dislike it. And then we got Men in Black, number 22. I've seen 3 out of 4 of the Men in Black movies. I've seen the first one, sec, the second one, and the third one that have Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. I think one of the things that makes those movies work really well is those two actors being together. They have a lot of charisma. Then the fourth film, International, hasn't gotten good reviews. I don't really have a desire to watch it. Then we got Madagascar, number 21. I've seen all the 3 Madagascar movies. And then there's the Penguins of Madagascar movie that came out in like 2014. I think I've seen that before, though it's been some time. There's also the Penguins of Madagascar TV show, which I've seen before. I enjoy that one. I've enjoyed all of the Madagascar movies or shows that I've watched. Then we got Predator at number 20. Now, honestly, I enjoy almost all the Predator movies. I think the original film is a classic. Arnold Schwarzenegger does a great job. And then I like Predator 2. Yeah, I know that other people said it's pretty derivative. It feels like pretty standard by the books 90s cop movie. And yeah, I can see that. Also, the mystery angle doesn't work because we as the audience already know about the Predator because we already saw the first film. So when you're ahead of the main character who's trying to figure out what's going on, it's like, yeah, I know there's a Predator out there. Can we get on with it, please? But still, I like that the movie expands on something that was in the first film a little bit. This idea that the Predator, unlike, say, the Xenomorph, doesn't just go around killing anyone indiscriminately. Because we see Predator in the second film spare a child. And also, when he figures out that this woman is pregnant, lets her live. Then I really enjoy Predators. I know at first the movie wasn't well received, but I think people have really come around to it. And I think it's a perfectly good Predator movie. Not a great one. It's not reinventing the wheel, but it does do something a bit different because it's about humans being stuck on an alien world fighting off the Predator. Yeah, you do have a jungle again. So, in that sense, feels like the first film, but I think there are good amount of differences between Predators and Predator. And then you have The Predator from 2018. These titles are all very similar to each other. It gets a bit confusing. The Predator 2018 from Shane Black. I haven't seen that one. It hasn't been well received. I don't really want to watch it. But then I was a big fan of Prey. I thought that was fantastic. It bummed me out that that movie was released only on Hulu because I would have loved seeing that movie on the big screen. Unfortunately, as is, the last time a Predator film came into the theaters was The Predator in 2018, and that was a failure. Then I talked before about how I enjoy AVP as big budget fan fiction, though I don't consider that canon to the Predator franchise. Then we got King Kong, number 19. I've seen the 2005 version directed by Peter Jackson. Fairly recently, I watched for the first time the original 1930s King Kong. And also, I've seen Kong Skull Island. Then you have the King Kong vs. Godzilla movies. Again, I consider those to be fan fiction, not actually canon. I haven't seen all the King Kong movies. I honestly have enjoyed all the ones that I actually have seen. Then we got Jungle Book, number 18. I've watched the 2016 Jungle Book. I actually saw it in theaters. Me and my mom both really enjoyed it. I don't recall watching the original animated Jungle Book. I feel like I might have seen it before, but if so, that was years ago. That that I've seen Mowgli Legend of the Jungle. It came out in 2018 on Netflix. I enjoy that one. And then we got Goosebumps, number 17. I'm a fan of Goosebumps because I've seen the 1995 TV show before and really enjoy it. I like the intro. Then I like the new Disney Plus show that came out in 2023. I like how it both was clearly Goosebumps. It had a lot of references in there, but also wasn't exactly the same as the 1995 TV show because it was telling one story over the course of its runtime, unlike that older show where it's a bunch of disconnected stories. Yeah, there's some beats that are in quite a good amount of those episodes, some similar either plot points or basic setup, but those episodes are about a lot of different characters facing off against all these different threats. The episodes aren't actually connected to each other in a major way. Then I've seen the first Goosebumps movie that's on Netflix. There's Goosebumps 2 Haunted Halloween. I haven't seen that one. Then we got Back to the Future, number 16. I think the Back to the Future trilogy is a really good trilogy. Yeah, I think the second film is a bit weaker than the others because it does to me feel repetitive. Like when the hoverboard chase happens at the beginning of the movie, it's like this is the exact same chase that we saw in the original film, just with a different coat of paint because it's electronic boards as opposed to non electronic ones. And then we go back to the first film with Marty, Doc seeing their selves from the first movie. It's like, okay, we're doing the same thing over again. Like how the first and the third one actually tell their own stories. Then you have also there was a Back to the Future TV show came out. I haven't seen that one. Number 15, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I enjoy pretty much all the TMNT movies that I've seen. I think the 1990 original really holds up well, and I seriously do not get why it is that movie's bad reviews. Like if someone tried to tell me that the original film is bad, that's a tough sell for me. Because like, I don't know, where are you coming from here? I think visually the movie holds up, and the turtles hold up really well, which I think is impressive. Then the action is good, the story makes sense, characters are good. Why is it that the movie's bad? Then you got the second film, which I enjoy. Yeah, I agree it's not as good as the first film. I look at that more as a fun popcorn movie. Then I haven't seen the third of those original films. I have seen the 2014 reboot before, but only like one time. I haven't rewatched it in a while. Don't have any desire to rewatch it. And then there's TMNT Out of the Shadows, which I watched for the first time fairly recently, and I enjoyed it well enough. It has issues. I think it's a perfectly middle of the road TMNT film. Then you have the 2007 TMNT film, which I actually really enjoy. Then I love Mutant Mayhem. I saw that one in theaters twice actually, and man, that was so much fun. The animation too is fantastic. Then we got Willy Wonka, number 14. This is a nostalgic franchise for me because I've read the original book before. Then I've seen the 1939 film. I actually owned it on VHS tape. And then I watched Disney's Return to Oz for the first time fairly recently. That was one I enjoyed. Then you have Oz the Great and Powerful from 2013, directed by Sam Raimi with James Franco. I enjoy that one. Now, there are other films out there that are in some way based on Wizard of Oz, but they have less to do with the story as the free films that I've just talked about here. And then we got Chris. We got Oh, wait a minute. Willy Wonka number 14. Christmas Carol number 13. Oh, why am I making these kind of mistakes? I've read the original Charles Dickens book before. It's one of the most iconic Christmas stories ever written. I've seen several of the movies, like Muppet Christmas Carol, the 2009 version of the story, the one with George C. Scott from the 1950s, and an animated version that I watched on Sling TV just recently actually. That same night I watched the version with George C. Scott on Tubi. Then I have seen the I I think I've seen the Alistair Sim and Patrick Stewart version before, the I have seen those films, it's been some time. I don't remember seeing the version from the 30s that has a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. And then, are there other Christmas Carol versions I've seen? I don't know if there are. There's been a ton of film adaptations. And then you got Wizard of Oz. Yeah, I talked about that one. I'm really looking forward to Wicked in 2024. Then we got Spider Man number 11. I enjoy this franchise. I think that original film from Sam Raimi holds up as a good but not great movie. I will agree that there are aspects to it that feel dated, that haven't held up as well for me, like the look of the Green Goblin, some of the lines of dialogue. But I do like the Sam Raimi visual flair. It really stands out. I think Spider Man 2 is a great sequel. There are flaws with it, but I still really enjoy it. Not a fan of Spider Man 3. Have not recently rewatched either Amazing Spider Man film. I don't like either of them, but I'm a big fan of Spider Man Into and Across the Spider Verse. They were fantastic. And then I have seen Spectacular Spider Man before, though not recently. Then we got Narnia, number 10. Again, this one is nostalgia for me. I've read all the books before. I enjoy all three of the films we've gotten, and I don't understand why Voyage of the Dawn Treader is rotten on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, I don't think it's as good as the other two movies, but I think it's still good, not bad. I agree there's some issues, like the green mist being more of a nebulous threat, unlike the original two movies, where there was a very clear villain, Jadis the White Witch or King Miraz. It's like, yeah, I know what the threat is, I know who exactly we're trying to defeat. Whereas in the third film, it is certainly more nebulous. So it feels like there's not as much urgency or tension as there was before. The stakes don't feel as high. It's just like more of a fun, lighthearted adventure in Narnia. Yeah, the main Pevensey kids, specifically specifically Lucy and Edmund, don't really grow much during the movie, but still, I like it. Then we got Planet of the Apes at number 9. I've read the original book before. I've actually seen every single Planet of the Apes movie. Not a fan of the Tim Burton remake from 2001, but I think the new trilogy is just one of the best trilogies out there. It's fantastic. I think all three films are great. Then I rewatched the original 1960s Planet of the Apes just recently. For one, I was impressed by how well that movie holds up today. I think the apes still look great. And then I've seen the four sequels to the 1960s Planet of the Apes movie, and I enjoy most of them. Yeah, I think Beneath the Planet of the Apes starts off slow. It's mostly a rehash of the first film. It gets pretty silly by the end, but at least that to me is entertaining. And then I think that the fifth film is not as strong, but I don't remember disliking that movie. It's been a good amount of time since I've actually rewatched the sequels to the original 1960s Planet of the Apes, but still, I enjoy pretty much all these films. Then number 8, How to Train Your Dragon. I have not read the original book before. I've now seen all three of the How to Train Your Dragon movies. I only watched The Hidden World for the first time recently, and I was disappointed by it, particularly coming off of How to Train Your Dragon 2, which I think is one of the best sequels ever made. DreamWorks has made some fantastic sequels. Then recently, I watched DreamWorks Dragons of the Nine Realms on Peacock. I really enjoyed that show. Then I've also seen How to Train Your Dragon Riders of Berk before. I've watched all 8 seasons of that show. Just recently, I started watching Riders of Berk on Peacock, though I've only watched the first 2 episodes recently at this point. I haven't seen that show Rescue Riders. It seems pretty disconnected from everything else in the franchise. It hasn't been received well. So I'm not going to be watching that show. Then we got Lord of the Rings, number 7. I didn't start getting into this franchise until more recently. Similar to Ghostbusters, the first time I watched that 1984 film was at college. That's also the case with Lord of the Rings. Me and a friend of mine named Jesse watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I thought, this is one of the best trilogies ever made, like Planet of the Apes. I think all three of these films are great. I think Return of the King is just a fantastic conclusion to the trilogy. Not as big a fan of the Hobbit movies. I think the biggest problem with them is that the Hobbit books are pretty short and simple. But with the movies, it felt like filmmakers here were trying to stretch this out into a Lord of the Rings epic when that's not really what The Hobbit was ever meant to be. So it felt like there's not enough source material here. And Hobbit movies, I think, got pretty silly by a particular point. I haven't seen Rings of Power. It seems to me like critics really enjoyed that show. It actually has good reviews, but people who are bigger Lord of the Rings fans who know Tolkien better don't seem to enjoy that show as much. And thus, I haven't seen Rings of Power. I haven't rewatched the Hobbit movies since I was a college student, but purely because of how good the Lord of the Rings trilogy is, I put Lord of the Rings very high on the list. Then, number six, we have the MCU. It's crazy to think how many movies this franchise has put out. I mean, the Marvels was the 33rd movie. How many other franchises have put out that many films? Think about this too. Since 2008, new movie or TV show every year. That's impressive. I enjoy almost all of the MCU films. Yeah, I think after Endgame, there was a noticeable dip in quality and consistency. I haven't liked some of the recent movies. I haven't actually seen the Marvels, but still, 33 movies, and I enjoy a lot of them. Then I've enjoyed most of the Disney Plus shows as well. Also, I want to make something clear when it comes to the Netflix shows Daredevil, Punisher, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, The Defenders. I've seen them all at this point. I like them, but I don't consider them to be part of the MCU. Whether or not Daredevil is canon has become a topic of conversation as of late due to Echo coming out very soon. It's actually bringing back both Daredevil and Kingpin, so it feels like a spiritual successor to Daredevil. Plus, it's going to be rated TVMA. But for me, I think that the Netflix shows, along with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Runaways, Cloak and Dagger, are so tangential to the MCU. Nothing that's happened in those shows has ever been mentioned in the movies or the Marvel Studios Disney Plus shows. So I don't look at those Marvel television shows as actually being canon, but have enjoyed quite a good amount of them. I've seen a lot of the MCU films in theaters. Then we have Toy Story, number five. I think the Toy Story trilogy, first three movies, one of the best trilogies ever made, along with Lord of the Rings, Planet of the Apes. Then I'm a big fan of Toy Story 4 as well. I think that's impressive. I really enjoyed all four films. I don't think there's one of them that's weaker than the others. Admittedly, I'm not as big a fan of Lightyear. I saw that one in theaters, and I enjoyed it well enough when I initially saw it. But again, it hasn't aged well for me. The movie hasn't held up well because the more I've thought about it, the less I've liked it. And so I've decided I don't want to rewatch that film. And then number four, Kung Fu Panda. I think Kung Fu Panda trilogy is a great trilogy. I'm a big fan of all three of those movies. Yeah, I think the second one is the strongest. I think that's a phenomenal film and sequel, but I like all of them. And then I've seen all the Kung Fu Panda TV shows. I've seen Dragon Knight on Netflix, Paws of Destiny on Amazon Prime, and Legends of Awesomeness on Paramount Plus. Then we got Star Trek, number three. This is a franchise I only started getting into more recently. I've now seen all 13 of the movies. I've also seen the four seasons of Discovery and Picard. They're on Paramount Plus, along with the two seasons of Strange New Worlds that are there. Then I started watching Star Trek Prodigy just recently, but I've only watched one episode at this point. Because Star Trek has been so consistent over the past 5 years, putting out seasons of television that people have liked, I've placed this franchise quite high. And then Harry Potter is coming in number two. This one is rather nostalgic for me because I've read all the books and read them multiple times. So I have to say, like, they're my favorite books out there. And then I like pretty much all of those 8 Harry Potter movies that are based on the books. And I think Half Blood Prince is the weakest, but I still don't think it's that bad. I just don't like it as much as the others. I have not seen Fantastic Beast: Crimes of Grindelwald. I haven't heard good things about that movie, so I don't really want to watch it. And then I've seen Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, watched it in theaters with my dad. I watched Fantastic Beasts: Secrets of Dumbledore last year, 2023, in theaters with my friend Eliza. And then number one, we have Batman. Now, one of the big reasons why I'm placing this franchise at number one, even above the MCU, is because I mean, Batman the Animated Series, the new Batman Adventures, Batman Beyond are just great. And Batman the Animated Series, one of the best TV shows ever created. And then I'm a big fan of Gotham as well. And I think the Dark Knight trilogy is a really good trilogy. Do I like it as much as, say, Lord of the Rings or Planet of the Apes or Toy Story? Honestly, no, because I think The Dark Knight Rises is noticeably weaker than the other movies, but I don't dislike it. I still think it's a good movie and good conclusion to the trilogy, just not quite as strong. All right, so that right there was a list based on how much of a fan I am of each of these franchises. And wow, we're already almost 2 hours in. That took a while. So I'm gonna want to speed things up a bit, moving into the next rounds. So next, we're going to talk about how excited I am. We're actually going to talk about how relevant is each franchise. What I mean here specifically is how much have people been enjoying this franchise? Have the movies been well received? Have they done well at the box office? Has a new film come out recently? So at number 72 here, we have the Medfield College franchise. This franchise hasn't put out a new movie since the 90s. That was over 20 years ago at this point. And Flubber wasn't very well received. So the last time one of these movies was successful would have been like in the 80s. Then number 71, we have Divergent. None of the movies have been well received. And in fact, there was supposed to be two Allegiant movies. The third film that was released ends on a cliffhanger, but then we never got a fourth film. So it's like, wow, that's very unsatisfying. And I don't think Divergent has in general just left much of a mark. I think a lot of people out there like me are thinking, yeah, this is pretty generic YA stuff that I've seen before. And also, we haven't gotten a new Divergent movie in several years at this point. Then you got Alvin and the Chipmunks, number 70. None of the movies have been well received at all. They've actually gotten less successful as time has gone by. What I mean here is that the movies have made less money at the box office as they've been on. Their reputation is not improved at all. The most recent film came out like 5 years ago, was it? Then we got Animal Farm coming in at number 69. Like I was talking about with Medfield College, it's been a long time since any new film has come out. And the last film adaptation of Animal Farm came out in 1999. I think that one was well well received. Let me just look up here. Um, Actually, yeah, the version of Animal Farm 1999 wasn't well received. So you can see why this one is just not relevant. And then we got Sony's Spider Man Universe, number 68. People in general, I think, are very skeptical of this universe. I think Sony has not done a good job with it at all. They've burn trust with their audience, especially after Morbius. So a lot of people are like, what? We're getting 3 of these films in 2024? Craven the Hunter, Madam Web, and Venom 3? Oh, that's not good. Basically, I'm not liking that at all. So I think people are not excited about new films in this universe. They don't trust Sony. And then we got Fantastic Four number 67. As I was talking about previous round, these movies have not been well received. I don't think any of them translated the team to the big screen very well. People would absolutely agree with that. And with how much of a train wreck the 2015 Fantastic Four was, I think this franchise just has a stink surrounding it now. So I think Marvel Studios is going to face a big uphill battle because Fox unfortunately burned a lot of trust with people. And so they're approaching any new Fantastic Four film not with excitement, but instead with skepticism. So the MCU is going to have to work really hard to win people back. Then number 66, we have Highlander. None of the films after the first one have been well received at all. And we haven't gotten a new Highlander film recently. And so I can't say this one is relevant. In fact, one of the sequels has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Also, look up here. The last Divergent film came out in 2016. That was over 5 years ago. Then number 65, we have Nutty Professor. First of all, the last one of these movies came out in 2000. That was over 20 years ago, and it wasn't well received. The 1996 film, I don't think was really well received either. Oh, let's see here. Nutty Professor. Yeah, Nutty Professor 1996 received lukewarm reviews, only 64% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is just barely fresh. The last Highlander movie came out in 2007. That was over 10 years ago. And then at number 64, we have The Matrix. Resurrections failed at the box office. It wasn't received very well. And people in general were pretty disappointed by Reloaded and Revolution. So none of the sequels to the original film have managed to be as good. And then when it comes to Alvin and Chipmunks, actually, the last film came out in 2015. That was quite a good amount of time ago. And then number 63, we have RoboCop. The last RoboCop film came out in 2014. That was almost 10 years ago at this point. It wasn't well received. None of the sequels to the original film have had a great reputation. So even though the original film is a classic, it's not a very good franchise. And then got Pirates of the Caribbean, number 62. None of the films after. Oh, I'm trying to think. Have all these sequels to the original film not been as well regarded? I'm not sure exactly, but the last Pirates movie came out quite a good amount of time ago in 2017, but also when you got to the fourth and the fifth one, I think people had really grown apathetic to Pirates of the Caribbean. They really didn't care anymore. It's like, okay, yeah, just another Pirates movie, whatever. This is all stuff I've seen before. And I think the third movie at World's End wasn't really well received. It has, yeah, only 44% on Rotten Tomatoes. And then Dead Man's Chest that came out back in 2006. Yeah, that only has a 53% on Rotten Tomatoes. So none of the sequels to the first film have been well received. I think at a certain point, they just ran out of ideas. And so the movie started to feel repetitive, started to feel like, and we're just getting more of the same. Then number 61, you have Never Ending Story, which has which has put out several movies, but none of the sequels to the first film have been as well received. And it's been quite a good amount of time since we've gotten any new Never Ending Story films. The last one actually came out in 1994. And we got Transformers, number 60. After Transformers 2007, which people seem to agree is just fine, good enough. After that one, people started to really not like the Transformers films. They still made money until you got to the later films, especially the last one called The Last Night, didn't make a lot of money. But before then, and people went out to see these films, but they don't have good reviews. And then Bumblebee was very well received, but unfortunately, Rise of the Beast hasn't had very good critical reception. It underperformed at the box office. I think that people have enjoyed Transformers Earthspark, but because not a lot of the movies have been well received, I can't put Transformers very high. Then you got Tron, number 59. It's been a long time since we've gotten any new Tron movies. The last one was in 2010. That was over 10 years ago. And I don't think that one was well received. And so I think a lot of people aren't thinking very much about Tron anymore. I mean, there's been books, comics, video games, but that stuff isn't seen or played by as many people. And then we got Night in the Museum, number 58. Common Raw Rises again wasn't very well received. The first three films, unfortunately, weren't well received either. So I can't say this one is relevant. Yeah, we just got a new movie recently, which is an improvement over franchises lower on this list, but the movies haven't been well received. And then we got Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, number 57. It's been a long time since we've gotten any new movies in here. People haven't really enjoyed the sequels. Admittedly, I think that those films were smaller than the original film. Like they had a smaller budget or were direct to video. Um, okay, so I just looked this up. You had Honey, I Blew Up the Kid, Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. Looks like they weren't direct to video, but still, people didn't really like them. Then you got X Men, number 56. The continuity was always a mess. The films were really up and down when it came to their quality. So there were some films that people really enjoyed, but it was a wild ride to be sure. And I think a lot of people are thinking, you know what, it's actually a good thing that the MCU can now do X-Men because hopefully they can learn from Fox's mistakes and actually not only clean up the continuity, but actually allow different characters to have the spotlight. The Fox films tended to focus on only a few characters, like Wolverine, Mystique, Xavier, and Magneto. Then we have DCEU, number 55. Warner Brothers has utterly failed to handle the DCEU well. They chose the worst and most awkward time to announce that they're going to end the DCEU, that this continuity isn't going anywhere because Warner Brothers just let the air out of the balloon. They caused a lot of people to be apathetic toward the DCEU films in 2023. People heard Warner Brothers say, hey, we don't think that the DCEU is working. We don't think this is the future. So it's going to end with Aquaman 2 at the end of 2023, even though it's a standalone Aquaman film, clearly not intended to close out the universe. So people are like, I don't care about the DCEU leftovers in 2023. I'm excited for James Gunn's new universe. And also, Man of Steel is not meant to kick off a shared universe. And then you had the early days of the DCEU with the Snyderverse, where it was more dark and serious. But once you got past Justice League, then there was a big shift. The movies not only in general became more lighthearted, but they also tended to not have very many references at all to a bigger shared universe. So that point's like, why are the films even part of a shared universe anymore? There's some films that people have loved for sure, but it's been really things have been really inconsistent. Then You got Superman at number 54. Man of Steel was divisive. That's Zack Snyder for you. He's one of these filmmakers that makes movies that people either love or hate. You see that with Man of Steel. There's some people that love that movie, other people that hate that movie. And then Superman 3, 4, and Returns weren't very well received. So none of the films since Superman 2 have been well received. And that movie came out over 20 years ago at this point, actually, like over 30 years ago. And yeah, there's been Superman TV shows. I think some of them have been successful, but the most of the movies have not done that well. And then we got Percy Jackson, number 53. People have really been enjoying the new TV show on Disney Plus. It has a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. I think a lot of people would agree this is actually a proper adaptation of one of the books. But because the two films that came out weren't received well, I don't think did well at the box office. And again, Rick Riordan has publicly made it clear that they didn't involve him with those two films, and he's not happy with them at all. Then we got Lion King, number 52. After the original film, you had Lion King 2, Simba's Pride, direct to video. I think that it's not a lot of not a kind of movie that a lot of people really dislike all that much. It's not a terrible movie, but I don't think it left much of an impact. People are like, oh, okay, yeah, it's just a perfectly fine Lion King movie. Then Lion King 1.5, which has good reviews, but then you have Lion King 2019, which wasn't well received. It made a lot of money, to be clear, but a lot of people at the same time, like, ooh, this is not good. Yeah, it looks visually fantastic. Like, it's cool as a theater experience, but it's not the type of movie that you're going to want to rewatch. And then you have Cars, and people I don't think have been liking Cars very much. The second film in particular was a failure. There's no denying that. Then you have Cars 3, which I don't think people really hate. I don't think it's one that a lot of people intensely dislike, but wasn't really received all that well either. It has 69% on Rotten Tomatoes, only 6.7 out of 10 IMDb. So I'd say the reception is just like lukewarm, not great or terrible. It's kind of right there in the middle. And then you have the original Cars, which I think more people do actually like. It admittedly has a 75% on Rotten Tomatoes, which actually is a good score. But after that first film, I think people haven't really been enjoying the other two as much. And I don't think Cars 3 left much of an impact on people. It's like, okay, yeah, that was a perfectly fine, okay, passable Cars movie. Let's move on. Then you have Ice Age, number 50. After the first film, the movies have not been received as well, especially when you got to Continental Drift and Collision Course. By that point, I think a lot of people were saying, oh, this is just going too far. It's getting too silly, too goofy. You have, even though, yeah, these movies are not trying to be realistic, you still have to have a certain amount of believability. By the time we got to those later films, we're losing that. Then the Disney Plus movie that came out didn't do very well, and because it was on Disney Plus, and it came out in January too. Actually, a lot of people are like, "Oh, okay, I guess Disney just decided to dump a new movie on Disney Plus." Yeah, whatever. Then you have I Am Legend, number 49. The 2007 film was actually well received. It has a 68% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not a fantastic score, though not bad either. 7.2 out of 10 IMDb. So it was received a little bit better than Cars 3. Still kind of fairly lukewarm, but still it wasn't received badly. Then you have Omega Man that came out in 1971. That only has 65% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not really all that good. Then you have The Last Man on Earth that came out in 1964. That one was well received, 81% on Rotten Tomatoes. But we haven't gotten a new I Am Legend movie since 2007, though I have heard there will be a sequel to that one. And then got Journey to the Center of the Earth at number 48. I think that I think that a lot of people aren't really thinking of. I think a lot of people aren't really giving any thought to Journey to the Center of the Earth anymore, because the 2008 film has literally 60% on Rotten Tomatoes. So just right there in the middle, like only barely positive. So a lot of people are like, yeah, okay, whatever, perfectly fine, passable movie, but not really all that memorable either. And then got into other films, and I don't remember how well those ones were actually received. I'll look that up here. But moving on, let's see. We got the 1959 version that actually has good reviews, 84% Rotten Tomatoes. Then there's also the Spanish version, and let's see. Yeah, I'll have to look this up because I don't remember exactly. But moving on for now to Pinocchio, number 47. The live action Disney film wasn't really received all that well. Admittedly, you had Guillermo del Toro's Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, which actually was received a lot better. That came out in 2022. It actually is a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is fantastic. Whereas Disney's version of the story only has a 28% on Rotten Tomatoes. They have the 1941 classic that actually is a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not common at all. So this one is just really mixed. And then we got Wizard of Oz, number 46. Oz the Great and Powerful came out 10 years ago, and it wasn't received badly. It has it has a 56% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not a terrible score because it's not like 28%. It's only 4% away from being fresh, but that's not a good score. And that's one of the reasons why it has to be low. And then you have Dr. Doolittle, number 45. Talked about earlier the fact that all these films have not been received well. None of them have come out recently, meaning that Dr. Doolittle is not really on people's minds anymore. Then we have Harry Potter at number 44. The big reason why this franchise is ranking low because Fantastic Beasts: Secrets of Dumbledore wasn't received very well. It didn't do good at the box office. Came out only last year, but after that movie and Crimes of Grindelwald both failed, I think a lot of people don't care as much about Harry Potter as they used to. The last film that was well received was Fantastic Beasts back in 2016. Then we got Jurassic Park, number 43. So I think people enjoyed Jurassic World well enough. I mean, the reviews aren't fantastic, but they're not terrible either. And then after that, Fallen Kingdom and Dominion disappointed a lot of people. In particular, I think Dominion disappointed a lot of people because the ending of the second movie teased a better conclusion to the trilogy than what we actually got. It teased this idea of dinosaurs being out there everywhere in the world. And for some reason, the people who made Dominion failed to take advantage of that in the third film. I don't know why. It baffles me. Then we have Little Mermaid at number 42. Though the Disney live action film 2023 didn't do well at the box office. It's not that the reviews actually are bad, because they really aren't. I mean, the new version of the story has it actually got mixed reviews. It currently has a it has a 67%, which isn't a terrible score. It's fresh, but only fresh by 7%. So just lukewarm. Also, this is right here is the culture war movie of 2023, where people are like, oh, Disney actually race swapped Ariel? Oh, screw this movie. Little woke maid, am I right? Oh, I hate Little Mermaid 2023. It's just woke garbage. And it bothers me a lot that the word woke is used so much on the internet that it's lost its meaning. It's just become a buzzword that people slap onto movies. Oh, that's woke because it's all about women. It's so stupid. And people are just split into these two different sides. They think that I'm on one side, people who disagree with me are on the opposite side. They're the enemy. Like, oh, you don't agree with my opinion? How dare you? There's something wrong with you. That's ridiculous. People are allowed to have different opinions. There's nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, nowadays on the internet, people are so split. Also, the problem is when you call Little Mermaid woke garbage because you know that people who already agree with you are going to give you a high five. Well, you've also turned away everyone else. As soon as you say Little Mermaid is woke garbage, everybody who already agrees with you is already giving you a high five. Everyone else, oh no, I'm going away and not going to engage with this anymore at all. I'm the type of person who just wants to watch a movie and judge it based on its quality. That's such a foreign concept nowadays. Like, no, I don't want to join any culture war. I just want to see a movie and judge it based on its quality. I'm not as interested in Little Mermaid, but I'm not about to pump out 10 different videos screaming over and over again about how Little Mermaid is just woke garbage. All the critics who like the movie are paid off by Disney. They're all just a bunch of Disney shows. Then you have Men in Black, number 41. Last movie that came out was International, which it came out like 10 years ago, I think. That wasn't well received. People liked the movies from the 90s. I think the cast really helps there. But the new a new film actually came out in 2019, which isn't very long ago, so I was wrong there, but it wasn't well received. And thus, the last well received Men in Black film was the third film in 2012. And then we got The Mummy, number 40. The 2017 film was such a disaster that a lot of people don't care about Mummy anymore. They're now skeptical of any new movie that might come out. And got Alice in Wonderland, number 39. I've seen the original Disney film. That's a classic, but the two Tim Burton films weren't liked by a lot of people. Haven't gotten anything new since then. Number 38 is Hellboy. The last film that came out was the remake. That one was not a success. Then of Dr. Seuss, number 37. The main reason I'm putting this one where I'm putting it at is that the last film that came out was, let's see, The Grinch in 2018. And that, let's see, was that one well received? Okay, it only has a 59% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not an awful score, only 1% away from being fresh, but not good either. Then the Grinch film from 2000, which I think was received better, but a lot of people I think aren't giving too much thought to stories based on a Dr. Seuss book anymore. Then we have Lord of the Rings, number 36. As I talked about earlier, the show Rings of Power has been divisive, and then people didn't enjoy the third Hobbit movie very much. So it's been quite a good amount of time since we've gotten any new movie that's been well received. I'm looking forward to the film coming out this year, the animated one. I hope it's good. I hope it can revitalize interest in Lord of the Rings. They got 35 at 35 Narnia, talked earlier about how Voyage of the Dawn Treader wasn't well received, didn't really do well at the box office, didn't leave people very excited for the future. I've heard that we may be getting some new Narnia movies from Greta Gerwig on Netflix. I hope those are good, though I do think if you're going to do Narnia, you need to be a Christian, because this story is clearly intended right from the start to be Christian allegory. Back to the Future, number 34, after the trilogy ended in, I think, the 90s or maybe late 80s. They haven't gotten much at all. There's a TV show that came out at some point. I don't remember exactly when. I don't not sure how well that TV show was received, but we haven't really gotten anything else aside from maybe some books, comics, video games, more minor stuff like that. Third, third Back to the Future film came out in 1990. Then you got Blade, number 33. Blade Trinity was not a success. People didn't really enjoy it. And then we're supposed to be getting at some point a new Blade film in the MCU, though there's been a lot of behind the scenes troubles. So when exactly we're going to get it, I'm not sure at this point. But I think people are not as excited about Blade because Blade Trinity was a big disappointment. We got Kingsman number 32. The Kingsman doesn't actually have good reviews, which I personally don't understand. I really enjoyed the movie, but that film and Golden Circle weren't liked by a lot of people. So even though Kingsman: The Secret Service was definitely a success, like the other two movies really weren't. Then you have Alien number 31. The interesting thing here, I would say, is that Prometheus doesn't actually have bad reviews. It might be surprising, but it actually has a 73% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's a good score. Not fantastic, but definitely good. Then Alien Covenant doesn't have bad reviews, though I think they weren't as good as Prometheus. Yeah, only a 65% Rotten Tomatoes, 6.4 out of 10 IMDb. Reception overall is lukewarm. But I think that both Prometheus and Alien Covenant unfortunately have divided people. So I really want Alien Romulus to be good this year, because the first two Aliens are classics. I want this franchise to come back. Then we got Terminator, number 30. Dark Fate didn't do very well at the box office. It wasn't received. Well, actually, it has a 70% on Rotten Tomatoes, so it's not really that it was disliked. Again, with Little Mermaid, there was some culture war stuff going on with Dark Fate, or people saw the poster, they saw Free Women, or like, oh, I hate this movie. I'm not even gonna watch it. It's just woke garbage. But Dark Fate didn't really make a lot of money, so I don't know when we're getting another Terminator film. There's been reports out there that James Cameron is interested in doing another one, but I don't know when he's going to actually do that, considering he's supposedly going to be doing like three more Avatar movies. Then Genesis, Salvation, and Terminator 3 weren't really received well. I'm not sure how well Sarah Connor Chronicles TV show was received, but that ended quite a good amount of time ago, and I think it ended in a way that was pretty unsatisfying. Then we got Star Wars number 29. There's been so many ups and downs of this franchise. It's been so inconsistent. I don't know how it is that Kathleen Kennedy is still the president of Lucasfilm. I don't know why it is she hasn't been fired yet, because she's divided people so much. She's burned trust with audiences. Sequel trilogy made less money as it went on, which undoubtedly was not what Disney had in mind for this new trilogy. We all know they wanted it to make a lot of money. Yeah, the movies made money, but I think a lot of people would agree they didn't make as much money as Disney was hoping they would. And then people don't really care about Star Wars anymore because Disney Plus show has been so inconsistent. On the one hand, you have a fantastic show like Andor, which just blew a lot of people away because the writing, acting, direction, production value were so good. But then you have Obi-Wan, you have Kenobi and Book of Boba Fett, which were disappointing to a lot of people. In particular, Book of Boba Fett. I think that show is a complete misfire, and I think a lot of people would say the same thing as well. And Ahsoka came out in 2023, disappointed me. And I think overall, it's not that people disliked Ahsoka the same way they dislike Mando season 3, Kenobi, or Book of Boba Fett. I don't think a lot of people really loved Ahsoka either. I think the reception was overall just kind of right in the middle, just lukewarm. So I don't think Ahsoka's really changed things much either way. But I think the reception to Ahsoka was not as good as it should have been. That series should have been better than it was. I think Disney just dropped the ball because they could have delivered a good or great show, but unfortunately, I think they only succeeded in putting out a perfectly middle of the road, average, passable show with a lot of issues. Also, Mando seasons 1 and 2 were well received. Bad Batch season 2, Visions Tales of the Jedi were received well, but been a lot of ups and downs. The Star Wars fan base, I think, is just so divided, fractured. People get so angry about Star Wars. It's so hard for them to actually agree on anything. Then number 28 of Despicable Me. Now, there's 5 Despicable Me movies that have come out. Here's the thing. 3 of them, the first 2 Despicable Me films and Minions Rise of Gru, were well received. So it's not that a ton of the Despicable Me movies were disliked. I think the problem is the Minions have been such a money making and merchandising machine that people have been turned off because of them. Their faces have been plastered everywhere. Point where a lot of people, especially parents that have kids, like, I'm so tired of Despicable Me. I've seen Minions everywhere. And thus, I think a lot of people, the Minions are just worn out their welcome. They were fun at first, but they've been overused so much, the novelty is worn off. I think Pirates of the Caribbean has just the same problem. The 101 Dalmatians comes in number 27. Now, Cruella, I don't think was received badly. Let's look here. It has a 75% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's a good score, but I don't think it really did well at the box office. Um. Okay. Yeah. Looking at the Wikipedia article here, it looks like Cruella didn't really do that well at the box office. Before that, the last 101 Dalmatians film we got was the remake in 1996. Then we have Peter Pan, number 26. One of the reasons why Peter Pan is not a bit higher is because Peter Pan and Wendy hasn't gotten a fantastic reception. At best, just lukewarm. But still, it got a new Peter Pan movie this year. Several of these films have been well received. Then got Jungle Book, number 25. The 2016 film was received rather well. Mowgli, Legend of the Jungle, not quite as much. And then let's see here. Yeah, it only has a 52% on Rotten Tomatoes, not a good score. And then the original Disney film, I think, is liked by people. There was a sequel to that one that to the original Jungle Book came out, which wasn't received as well. And then we got Toy Story, number 24. The big reason why Toy Story is not a bit higher is because Lightyear wasn't received as well as the Toy Story films. Not that it has bad reviews, just not as good. That's disappointment coming off the 4 Toy Story movies that are so good. They have such good reviews. Then we got War of the Worlds, number 23. It's been a long time since we've gotten a new War of the Worlds movie, but a new TV show started not very long ago, only a couple years back. Came out on MGM Plus. Let's see here. War of the Worlds TV show. Okay, started in 2019. It has a 78% on Rotten Tomatoes. So that's kept this franchise more relevant. Then Beauty and the Beast, number 22. The live action movie has been received not badly. It has a 71% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not fantastic, but definitely good. However, I don't think that film did as well. Actually, that movie did make a lot of money at the box office. So this franchise is more relevant because a new movie has come out that actually has been received well critically and commercially, though it could have been received better. To be sure. I think that one of the problems of 2017 film is that a big deal was made about the fact that hey, this movie is the first gay kiss. Like, oh, it's such a big thing. You watch the movie, it's not a big thing whatsoever. Literally, just a couple seconds, and that's it. For a lot of people, it's like, really? Why does this have to be such a big deal? It's barely anything at all in the movie itself. And when we haven't really gotten any other Beauty and the Beast movies or shows recently, but most recent one was well received. Then have Predator number 21. Prey was received very well. A lot of people were very impressed by that film, but The Predator didn't do well. Then we got Jumanji number 20. All the films have actually been received well, and a film came out not too long ago. Like, a new film came out in 2019. That was only 4 or 5 years ago. And then got King Kong number 19. So I'm not going to be including King Kong versus Godzilla. I'm looking at standalone King Kong films. So admittedly, it has been a good amount of time since we've gotten a new Kong film. The last standalone one was in 2017. That one actually has a 75% Rotten Tomatoes. That was received well, but if a film came out more recently, King Kong would be a bit higher up on the list. Then we have Lego number 18. Actually, when it comes to King Kong, I forgot to mention there's a TV show that came out literally just this year, and it was actually received well. And then with Lego, a new TV show came out within the last 5 years, I want to say, and it actually was received quite well. It's been a decent amount of time since we've gotten a Lego movie, but with the new TV show, the franchise is definitely relevant. Then you have Madagascar, number 17. It's been a good amount of time since we've gotten anything new here. The third film came out back in 2012, over 10 years ago. And then we got Penguins of Madagascar in 2014. And the TV show came out not too long ago. I don't remember actually when the Penguins of Madagascar TV show came out. I'll have to look at that here. It came out in 2008, so it's been a long time for Madagascar. Then we got Ghostbusters number 16. The last film that came out, Afterlife, was actually a success. And then we're getting a new movie in 2024, that being Frozen Empire. And I think people are looking forward to it because in general they liked Afterlife. The thing for the 2016 Ghostbusters film, yeah, there's so much drama surrounding it, like Little Mermaid especially. Ghostbusters 2016 is a culture war movie where people got so ridiculously angry over the film, and it was just stupid where people were attacking others just because they had a different opinion. They were not being reasonable in the slightest. On the one hand, people are like, if you possibly like the film, what is wrong with you? How is it that you're such a moron that you can't see how much this film betrays everything that was so good about the original? But then if you dislike it, you dare to dislike Ghostbusters movie with you dare to dislike a Ghostbusters movie with women in it? You are a sexist, misogynistic pig. And thus people are just attacking each other over and over again. It was ridiculous. But you look it up, the movie actually has good reviews. And then got Willy Wonka, number 15. In this case, a new movie just came out within the last couple weeks, that being Wonka. And it was received really well. I was a big fan of it. I saw it in theaters, actually. Then we got Goosebumps, number 14. This in this case, a new TV show came out in 2023. A lot of people actually liked it. Then got that 13 Muppets, a new movie came out not too long ago. Let's see, Muppets Most Wanted came out back in 2014, but I think that content has come out I know content has come out more recently than 2014. Let's see here. Yeah, Muppets Mayhem came out in 2023, and Yeah, Muppets Mayhem was received really well, 83% on Rotten Tomatoes. Then got special the Halloween special Muppets Haunted Mansion that came out in 2021. It was received well. Then you have Adam's Family, number 12. The big reason why Adam's Family ranks so high is because the show Wednesday came out in 2023 on Netflix about Wednesday Adams. That was a big success. It's been a good amount of time since we've gotten a new Adams Family movie, but Wednesday is one that a lot of people liked. Then you have TMNT, number 11. Big reason why this franchise ranks so high, Mutant Mayhem came out in 2023, and it was a big success. Then you have Shrek, number 10. Puss in Boots' Last Wish was a big success. And Planet of the Apes, the trilogy was received very well. Yeah, it's been 6 years since that's come out, but we're getting a fourth film, Kingdom for the Planet of the Apes, in 2024, and I think a lot of people are very excited about that one. Yeah, the only thing holding it back for me, I will say, is that Westfall's directing it. He did Maze Runner, which I haven't seen and it wasn't received very well, but I'm still going to give this movie a chance because a borrowed trust from those first movies are so good, and the trailer looked interesting. Then we got Mad Max number 8. Mad Max Fury Road came out just within the last couple years, and that was a big success. 2015 actually, so good amount of time ago, like 8 years back. But we're getting Furiosa Mad Max Saga in 2024, so we're getting a new film in only a couple months. And then we got Christmas Carol, number 7. There's been so many different film versions, and a film called Spirited came out in 2022. It was received well as a 71% of Rotten Tomatoes. There hasn't really been a TV. The one TV show that's come out in the last 5 years came out in 2019. It wasn't received very well. Then we got How to Train Your Dragon, number 6. So DreamWorks Dragons and Nine Realms came out just recently. I think people have enjoyed that show. Admittedly, it's been a good amount of time since the movies, but even though I personally thought Hidden World was a disappointing end to the trilogy, overall it actually was received well. It has good reviews. Then you got Kung Fu Panda, number 5. So people have really enjoyed the Kung Fu Panda movies so far. We're getting a fourth film in 2024. So that's a lot of reason to be excited, a big reason to be excited. Then you got the MCU, number 4. Yeah, I will say that people aren't as excited for the MCU as they used to be. They don't trust the franchise the way they used to. The franchise doesn't have the momentum that or the traction that it once had. There's more distrust toward the MCU these days than there used to be. But still, Guardians Volume 3 came out in 2023 and was a big success. And then Loki Season 2 was enjoyed by a lot of people. And I think a lot of people are really looking forward to Echo. That's coming out on January 9th, just a couple days from today. And then I think people have been enjoying What If Season 2. Yeah, I think the way that Strange Supreme has been handled is very disappointing. But still, I think people are enjoying What If Season 2. And you have to keep in mind, even if some of the recent films have been rotten on Rotten Tomatoes, if you look at the franchise overall, almost every single film is fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Considering they put out 33 movies, that's impressive. And then you got Spider-Man, number 3. Across the Spider-Verse came out in 2023, and that was a big success. Batman, number 2. The Batman came out just in 2022, and that was big success. And then you got Star Trek, number 1. I'm putting Star Trek in first place because since 2017, they've been putting out new seasons of television, Lower Decks, Prodigy, Strange New Worlds, Discovery, Picard, that have all been well received. That's impressive. Thus, I think Star Trek is more consistent than the MCU, DCEU, and X-Men. Now we're going to talk about how excited am I for each franchise. And there are some placements here that admittedly are about the same, and so I'm not going to talk as much about those, but there's some variations as well. So let's see here. I have to find. I'm finding the sheet of paper. Okay, how excited I am! Here we are. Number 72, Divergent. Not a franchise I've thought about much. I don't remember much about it. 71, Alvin and the Chipmunks. Haven't rewatched the films anytime recently. The more I think about them, the less I like them. I enjoyed them more back several years ago, but I think over time the novelty is worn off. Number 70, Sony's Spider-Man universe. Feels cynical to make all these films about Spider-Man's villains or sidekicks about Spider-Man. The way Sony tried to deceive people into checking out Morbius on the grounds that, hey, Morbius is connected to the MCU because Adrian Toomes' Vulture is there and there's Spider-Man on a wall. So I'm really intrigued to see what's going on here for this film, which universe is it set in. Then you watch the film, it's like, oh, okay, that was literally just false marketing. Then you have the very bizarre post-credit scene at Morbius. What's going on there? And man, it's very clear that there was not one consistent vision for Morbius. It was a bunch of people that weren't on the same page, didn't see eye to eye. Then you have Fantastic Four, number 69. Man, that 2015 film was so bad. Fox managed to somehow make Doctor Doom one of the most boring villains we've ever seen in a comic book movie. I don't know how it is they so spectacularly screwed up his character. The ending to that movie too is super, super generic. Another big blue beam shooting up in the sky, CGI, destruction, all bunch of noise you don't care about. Then you have Matrix, number 68. Resurrections took the franchise in a very odd direction. It's a movie that feels like it actively resents its own existence. And so it's meta in a way where the movie is making fun of its own existence. Like it's literally saying, yeah, this right here is a pointless cash grab of a sequel, but whatever, we're going to just acknowledge it so we can be clever, be one step ahead of the joke because we're pointing out how bad our own movie is. But when you do that, you're just being lazy. If you can't write anything better, if you make a movie that takes the franchise in a very strange direction, and then you acknowledge that in order to be one step ahead of the joke, well, you didn't come up with anything better. You decided to write something very weird. So that's just lazy writing. Same thing applies of She-Hulk, where that series gets super meta to the point where you have She-Hulk herself going in to see Kevin, who's an AI robot, and she literally courtrooms her way out of a plot line. She points out, "Oh, that is so generic. We've already done that before. This is a mess. None of this makes any sense. Let's just move on. Let's just skip over that plot line. I'm just going to courtroom my way out of it." Well, guess what, writers of She-Hulk? You didn't come up with anything better or more interesting than that. You came up with the thing that's super generic that we're able to see a mile ahead. Like, yeah, okay, Bruce Banner's blood, super soldier serum. Of course, that's just the most obvious, predictable thing you could possibly do. Well, you writers didn't come up with anything better. You just decided to make fun of yourselves, point out how bad your own writing is to stay one step ahead of the joke. Well, that's just lazy meta writing. Then got X-Men number 67. Logan was, of course, a big success. It's a fantastic movie, but it's less of a traditional X-Men film. It's really a character study about Wolverine. And so what makes it great is not the X-Men. The franchise has been so inconsistent and therefore not as excited. Yeah, with Deadpool 3, there's a lot of novelty, to be sure. We're seeing Deadpool and Wolverine coming together for the first time, which we never got to see in the Fox X-Men films. You watch any interview with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, the two of them play off each other so well. On top of that, Deadpool 3, first MCU film to ever be rated R, and also it seems like there's going to be a lot of cameos. There's been leaks for Deadpool 3, and thus we've gotten some inkling of what the movie will be like. And so there's a lot of reasons to be excited, though I'm also nervous as well. Like, is Disney going to handle Deadpool well? Because Deadpool is not family friendly. That's the whole point of his character, is that he's a dark anti-hero, not a traditional hero. The Deadpool movies are more adult than pretty much every film in the MCU, with only a couple of exceptions. So we'll have to see. And then, is this meta humor that Deadpool is so famous for going to fit well in the MCU, especially after She Hulk, which I think goes way too meta? I'm concerned. Then we got DCEU number 66. I just watched Aquaman 2 yesterday. I enjoyed it, but the universe as a whole ended on a whimper. It's sad to watch because I've enjoyed most of the films, but Warner Brothers has never known what they were doing with, has never known what to do with the DCEU. They have not had one consistent vision for the universe. They failed to manage it. They were reactionary right at the beginning. Man of Steel came out. People really didn't like how much destruction there was in the third act, and so Batman v Superman, that was clearly made as a reaction to the negative backlash that Man of Steel received. Then with Suicide Squad 2016, originally it seems like the film was going to be darker based on some early trailers. But then Batman v Superman wasn't well received. Deadpool was very well received. So Warner Brothers thought, oh, people don't like the very dark, serious, gloomy comic book film. They like the fun, colorful, lighthearted comic book film. So let's bring in the trailer house for Suicide Squad 2016 in order to recut, re-edit the movie to make it more like Deadpool. And that was a mistake. It spectacularly backfired on Warner Brothers. You can easily see that they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't have a plan, and so they were being reactionary. And then Warner Brothers spectacularly failed with the rollout of the DCU announcements. Then we got Jurassic Park, number 65. Dominion disappointed a lot of people, and in general, I think that the franchise has really, really forgotten what made the original movie work. For one, the simplicity really made it work. Two, you have John Hammond, the guy in charge of the park, not be made out to be is not made out to be a douchebag. He seems like a legitimately good guy who doesn't have nefarious motives, but unfortunately, he failed to think properly about the ramifications of bringing dinosaurs back. So well intentioned, but naive. Also, in that original film, the dinosaurs are not presented as good or bad. They're not presented as heroes or villains. They're presented as, well, animals who are just operating based on biological urges. Sure, some of them, like the raptors, are a bit more intimidating, but you still don't get a feeling of true malice from them. You still feel like, well, they're just animals that are hunting because it's what they do, not because they're evil, because they're being sadistic. But then you get to Jurassic World, and that film starts to muddy the waters by making it clear that the I-Rex is a genetically engineered monster, not a real dinosaur. It's killing other dinosaurs for sport. So that starts to make you think, oh, the I-Rex is evil. This creature is the villain. Then by the end, the original T-Rex in the first film and the raptors and the Mosasaurus are presented as the good guys, the good dinosaurs that are trying to kill the evil monster. In particular, the raptors trained by Owen come off as heroes. Then in Fallen Kingdom and Dominion, they go in 100% with Blue being a hero. I think that really misses the point of what made the first film work. Also, when you have people going back to Island again and again, or trying to start up Jurassic Park again and again, it's like, this is stretching too much believability. Why is it people can't understand that we need to not try to bring Jurassic Park back, not go to the island? It never works. And then Little Mermaid 64. Little Mermaid 2023 divided a lot of people. That, yeah, it doesn't have bad reviews, but it did not do well at the box office. 2023 in general was a bad year for Disney. Cars, number 63. I think a lot of people would agree that Cars is one of the weakest Pixar franchises, and thus I think people aren't really thinking about Cars anymore. I'm not really thinking about it anymore myself. And then it comes to Little Mermaid. I haven't seen the new film, and I still haven't seen Fallen Kingdom or Dominion. Then we got Highlander, number 62. Only seen the first film, none of the other ones have been as good. RoboCop, only seen the first film at this point. Dr. Seuss, seen 3 out of 5 of the films. Really, I only enjoy one of them. The Pirates of the Caribbean, number 59. First film's really good. I think there's some good elements of Dead Man's Chest, but in general, the movies got too long, too complicated. Then when they got to the later ones, I feel like the novelty wore off because those films weren't bringing any new ideas to the table. You just feel like, oh, I'm seeing more pirate stuff that I've already seen in other movies. That's how I felt. Then you have Tron, number 58. Only seen the first film, and I didn't love it. And then number 57, Lion King. The original was a classic, but that remake has not aged well for me. Like, I get that it's a good theater experience, but I'm like, why would I ever want to rewatch that film when I can just watch the original again, which is so much better and actually has life to it? Beauty and the Beast, number 56. Original is a classic. I haven't seen the remake. Ice Age, number 55. I think the films have gotten less believable as they went on with the main Ice Age films. And then the new Disney Plus one, it's fine. It's not terrible, but it's not really that memorable, and I don't want to rewatch it. And then Men in Black, number 54. I really enjoyed the first 3 films, but I haven't seen International. Then Superman, number 53. Not a big fan of Man of Steel. Like the first 2 Richard Donner films are important for this genre, but I don't really like the other Superman films. Haven't seen any of the TV shows. Number 52, Never Ending Story. I have only seen the first film. That's a great one. Medfield College, number 51. This franchise is nostalgic free. We haven't got a new film in a while, though. I haven't seen all of them. Blade, number 50. Like the first 2 films, but I haven't seen Trinity. Nutty Professor, number 49. I like the 90s version with Eddie Murphy, but I haven't seen any of the others. Animal Farm, number 48. The book is one I've read before, so there's nostalgia there, but I haven't seen the films. Mummy, number 47. I like the earlier Mummy films, but I have not seen the 2017 one. Alien, number 46. I have not seen Covenant. I'm not a fan of the other sequels after Aliens. Terminator, number 45. Haven't seen Dark Fate. And Genesis, enjoyable as fan fiction, but very dumb. It's been a while since I've seen the Sarah Connor Chronicles. 44, Back to the Future. The trilogy is really good. We haven't gotten anything since then. I don't think we're going to get another Back to the Future film. Doesn't seem very likely. Hellboy, number 43. I haven't seen the remake, and I don't know if we're going to get a new Hellboy movie. 42, Alice in Wonderland. Again, are we going to get a new Alice in Wonderland film? Doesn't seem that likely to me after the Tim Burton films. 101 Dalmatians, number 41. I haven't seen Cruella or the 90s remakes. I've only watched the original. Pinocchio, number 40. The live action one from 2022 hasn't aged well for me, and I haven't seen the other ones. Despicable Me, number 39. I watched Minions Rise of Gru recently. I enjoyed it. I know we're going to be getting Despicable Me 4 in 2024. I want that one to be good because I like the first 2, but I still wouldn't say they're fantastic. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, number 38. The original is a classic. I haven't seen sequels to it. I don't know if we're getting a new film. Star Wars, number 37. There's nostalgia here, but I don't know when we're going to get a new movie. There's been so many announcements that I don't trust them anymore. TV shows have been really up and down. Then War of the Worlds, number 36. I haven't seen the TV show yet, but that does make me place this one a bit higher. 'Cause, okay, content has come out recently that people have actually enjoyed. And I want to watch that show at some point. Shrek, number 35. I really love Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, though admittedly it's not actually a Shrek movie. I enjoy most of the Shrek movies, but I don't know if we're going to get another one. Journey to the Center of the Earth, number 34. We haven't gotten a film in quite some time. I enjoyed the 2008 one, but I don't know if we're going to get another film. Lego, 33. I want to see a TV show at some point. I haven't gotten around to it yet. But are we going to get another Lego movie? I don't know right now. Jumanji, number 32. Only seen first film. I really enjoyed it. But in this case, I'm more confident we're going to get another film because consistently they've been well received. Then Predator, number 31. I'm excited for the future here because I was a big fan of Prey. Night at the Museum, number 30. I'm more excited than most people are because I really enjoy all the films. I Am Legend, number 29. I really enjoyed the 2007 film. Hey, we're actually going to get a sequel in this case, so that's exciting. King Kong, number 28. A new TV show came out in 2023 that people really enjoyed. And then we got 27, Madagascar. I'm a fan of pretty much everything Madagascar, though admittedly we haven't gotten a new movie or TV show in some time. 26, Jungle Book. I really enjoy both the 2016 film and the 2020 and the 2018 Netflix movie. So I'm more excited. The Muppets, number 25. I have nostalgia for Muppets. That's why it's higher. Though admittedly, I haven't seen very many of the Muppet movies at this point. Addams Family, number 24. I want to watch Wednesday at some point. I haven't gotten around to it. I've enjoyed the Addams Family movies that I've seen, though I haven't watched all of them and haven't seen the TV shows. Then Ghostbusters, number 23. I've only seen the first film. I'm definitely planning on watching the others before Frozen Empire comes out. Dr. Dolittle, number 22. Because I've enjoyed all the Dr. Dolittle films that I've seen, I'm more excited for the future than most people are. Then Kingsman, number 21. I've enjoyed all the Kingsman films, excited for the next one. Peter Pan, number 20. Haven't seen Peter Pan and Wendy, but there's been a lot of different versions of the story, so it seems like we're going to get a new one at some point. Hopefully it's good. Goosebumps, number 19. I really enjoyed the new Disney Plus show. I'm hoping we get another season of it. Transformers, number 18. I love Bumblebee and still like Rise of the Beast and like Earthspark as well, the TV show. Percy Jackson, number 17. I'm very much enjoying the new show so far. Willy Wonka. Wonka, I thought was very charming and delightful. Fun, lighthearted, whimsical, playful tone. I was smiling pretty much the whole time. Narnia, number 15. I like all the movies we've gotten, and I have nostalgia because I've read the books. I would say when it comes to Wonka, love the classic with Gene Wilder. There are good things I would say about the 2000s, film directed by Tim Burton, but there are issues I have with it as well, especially Johnny Depp's performance as Wonka. Then Christmas Carol, number 14. Because there's been so many versions of the story, I'm confident we're going to get another one. There's been so many movies, TV shows, theater productions. This is such an iconic classic story. The Mad Max, number 13. I've only seen Fury Road at this point, but I'm planning to watch the other Mad Max films for the first time before Furiosa Mad Max Saga comes out. TMNT, number 12. Really enjoyed Mayhem. Excited for the next one. Wizard of Oz, number 11. We're getting a new movie just next year. I'm very excited about that because I have nostalgia for this franchise, but it hasn't really been alive for a while. Oh, you moron. Seriously, absolute moron. What's wrong with you? How stupid am I? I was taking care of something there. Getting back to what I was talking about. The new Wizard of Oz film coming out. I'm rooting for it to be good. Toy Story. Number 10, I didn't enjoy Lightyear as much, but we're getting a Toy Story 5. And because I've liked all the Toy Story films, I'm really hoping for this one to be good. How to Train Your Dragon. Number 9, I really have enjoyed the Nine Realms TV show. Yeah, I know that we're getting a new live action remake, which isn't as exciting to me because there's been so many live action remakes. It's like, oh, another one. I'm hoping for it to be good though, because I really enjoyed the first two movies. Lord of the Rings, number 8, getting a new movie in 2024. I really want it to be a success. I really want it to be good. Number 7, Spider Man. Across the Spider Verse, so good. I loved seeing them in the theaters. The animation is incredible. 6, the MCU. Yeah, I think there's been a dip in quality and consistency. I think with Phase 4, it was too much content too quickly. You had both movies and TV shows. There's been some movies where it feels like you need to watch one or multiple Disney Plus shows in order to understand them. So you need to do homework, especially with the Marvels. And also, some of the Disney Plus shows have been disappointing, so people aren't as interested in them anymore. Secret Invasion for me was a big letdown. And because there's been more headlines lately about issues with Marvel, I don't know when I'm going to see some of these characters again. Like, when are we going to see the Eternals again? When is Moon Knight going to pop up again? When are we going to see Doctor Strange again? When are we going to see Zeus's son Hercules? When are we going to follow up on the Young Avengers? When are we going to follow up on the X-Men? These two latest things I said are both from the Marvels. There's so much stuff coming out. So many different characters are being introduced. We don't know when they're going to get followed up on. Number 5, Kung Fu Panda. I really want the fourth film to be good. Planet of the Apes, number 4. We're getting a new, just like Kung Fu Panda, we're getting a new movie this year. Very excited for it. I love that trilogy. Harry Potter, number 3. Yeah, I don't know when we're going to get new movies or shows, but because of my nostalgia for Harry Potter, I'm always rooting for it. Batman, number 2. I'm a big fan of the Batman. I've liked the Batman TV shows I've seen. Star Trek, number 1. Because this franchise has been so consistent lately with its television, I'm more excited for the future than franchises that I admittedly am more familiar with. I've been a fan of Batman or the MCU or Harry Potter longer than Star Trek. I only started getting into Star Trek within the last year, but because Star Trek's been so consistent, I feel like I can actually trust the franchise. So, all right, that's my list of how excited am I for the future of the franchise. Now we're going to move on, talk about average Rotten Tomato score. So the bottom number is Highlander 21.2. To be clear, actually, the way I'm doing this, adding up the critic scores and Rotten Tomatoes for each film in the franchise, then dividing that number by how many different films there are in order to get the average or mean, to use the mathematical term. Bottom Highlander 21.2, and then Fantastic Four 25.5, Divergent 26.6, Alvin and the Chipmunks 30, SSU 34, Sony's Spider-Man Universe, Neverending Story 41, Transformers 41.29, TMNT 41.67, RoboCop 44.5, Doctor Dolittle 45.2, Percy Jackson 45.5, Blade 46.3, Ice Age 46.8, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids 47, Pirates of the Caribbean 48, Beauty and the Beast 48.5, Adam's Family 49.6, Mummy 50.1, Dr. Seuss 50.2. Then you got a tie here, Night at the Museum, Journey to the Center of the Earth 51.25, Alice in Wonderland 53.25, Animal Farm 53.5, Men in Black 54.75, Kingsman 55, Jurassic Park 56.67, Nutty Professor 57.3, Superman 57.67, War of the Worlds 58, Medfield College 60.5, Predator 60.6, Cars 61.3, DCEU 61.6, Hellboy 61.67, Peter Pan 61.75, Tron 62, Matrix 63.5, Narnia 63.67, Terminator 65, Madagascar 65.7, Christmas Carol 65.8, Planet of the Apes 66.67, X-Men 67.43, Goosebumps 67.5, Despicable Me 68, Jumanji 68.75, Star Trek 69.38, Lego 69.4, Batman 69.87, Muppets 70.25, Wizard of Oz and 101 Dalmatians tie for 70.67. I Am Legend 71.3, and then tie again Ghostbusters, Lion King 72, Shrek 72.3, Alien 72.5, Star Wars 72.83, Pinocchio 74.67, Lord of the Rings 75.43, Harry Potter 75.64, King Kong 77.25, Back to the Future 78.3, Jungle Book 78.5, Spider-Man 80.14, Little Mermaid 80.67, MCU 80.88, Kung Fu Panda 85, Willy Wonka 85.67, Mad Max 90, How to Train Your Dragon 93.6, Toy Story highest 93.8, which isn't surprising to me. The first two Toy Story films have 100% of Rotten Tomatoes. Even Lightyear, as much as it wasn't as well received as Toy Story, it still has like a 73% on Rotten Tomatoes, if I remember right. 74, so still a good score. Also, if I look at this list here with Star Wars, considering how controversial, divisive the sequel trilogy was, I would have thought that the average score would have been lower. But no, Star Wars still has a high average Rotten Tomatoes scoring. Both The Last Jedi and Force Awakens have good critic scores on Rotten Tomatoes. It's only The Rise of Skywalker that doesn't have a good score. And then when it comes to when it comes to Christmas Carol, only 65.8. It's not really surprising to me. I mean, because a Christmas Carol is so iconic, there's been so many different versions. So it's not surprising that some of them aren't going to be as well received as others. Then comes to when it comes to Alien, and considering that a lot of people would say that none of the sequels that came out after Aliens have been well received, you'd think that Alien would have a lower average score on Rotten Tomatoes. No, it still has a high average score, 72. That's good. And then with Despicable Me, considering how much I think people have grown tired of the Minions, and so it's easy to look at those films as just dumb kids ones, you would think that the average score would be lower, but still 68. Not fantastic, but not bad either. Still in the upper half of the list. And then, let's see. When it comes to TMNT, it makes me sad personally that the average score is so low. I think that the franchise is just underrated. Most of the films haven't been received well, and I really don't get it. And then, let's see, anything else here stands out about this? So Harry Potter has a high average. Not surprising to me. What they pulled off in those 8 movies is very impressive. The Terminator, again, because I think a lot of people would say the franchise has been going downhill since Terminator 2. You'd think that movie would have a lower average, and it does, but still is a 65. Not terrific, but not terrible either. It's still in the upper half of the list. All right, now we're going to move on, talk about highest critic score on Rotten Tomatoes for each franchise. So at the top, you have Pinocchio, Toy Story, Terminator, Christmas Carol, and Dr. Seuss, specifically the 2000s version of The Grinch. Each of these franchises 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Then How to Train Your Dragon, 99%. Then Alien, Wizard of Oz, and 101 Dalmatians, 98. Spider-Man, Mad Max, King Kong, 97. MCU, TMNT, Harry Potter, and Lego, 96. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Shrek, Muppets, Ghostbusters 95, Superman, Star Trek, Planet of the Apes, Predator, Batman, X-Men, Jungle Book 94, DCEU, Back to the Future, Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid 93, RoboCop 92, Transformers, Jurassic Park, MIB, Willy Wonka 91, Mummy War of the Worlds 89, Medfield 88, Kung Fu Panda 87, Hellboy 86, Alice in Wonderland 84, Neverending Story The Matrix 83, Nutty Professor 82, I Am Legend 81, Pirates of the Caribbean Despicable Me 80, Madagascar Goosebumps 78, Peter Pan Ice Age 77, Jumanji Honey I Shrunk the Kids 76, Narnia Alvin and the Chipmunks, Cars, Kingsman, Addams Family 75, Tron 73, Night of the Museum Highlander 71, Animal Farm 69, Journey to the Center of the Earth 60, Blade 58, Sony's Spider-Man Universe 57, Doctor Dolittle 52, Percy Jackson 49, Divergent 41, Fantastic Four 38. And then when we switch over, look at the lowest critic score on Rotten Tomatoes, you can see that at the top here is How to Train Your Dragon. The lowest score is still 90%. Very impressive. Willy Wonka then comes in next, 83%. Mad Max, Kung Fu Panda, 81. King Kong, 75. Toy Story, 74. Little Mermaid, 67. I Am Legend, 65. Back to the Future, 62. Lord of the Rings, 59. Wizard of Oz, Despicable Me, 56. Lego Ghostbusters Madagascar 55, Lion King Jumanji Jungle Book 52, Tron Spider-Man 51, Narnia 50, Alien 48, Goosebumps 47, MCU 46, Night of the Museum 43, Doctor Dolittle Percy Jackson Shrek 42, Kingsman Cars 40, Animal Farm 101 Dalmatians 39, Christmas Carol 38, Harry Potter, Planet of the Apes 36, Matrix 34, Pirates of the Caribbean, Predator, Muppets 30, Jurassic Park, Alice in Wonderland, Peter Pan 29, Addams Family, Pinocchio 28, Nutty Professor 27, DCEU Terminator 26, Honey I Shrunk the Kids 25, Blade 24, Men in Black Medfield 23, X-Men 22, Star Trek 21, Star Wars TMNT 19, Ice Age 18, Journey to the Center of the Earth and Hellboy 17, Transformers 16, SSU 15, Neverending Story 14, Beauty and the Beast Mummy 13, Divergent Batman 11, Superman Dr. Seuss, Alvin and the Chipmunks 10, RoboCop Fantastic Four War of the Worlds 9, and then Highlander with a 0%. Whew, yikes. Okay, now what I'm going to do is say what the combined total is for each franchise. What I mean by that is I added up all the numbers from each of the 6 rounds. Those are how much of a fan am I of each franchise? How excited am I for the future? How relevant is it? Average critic score on Rotten Tomatoes, and then highest critic score on Rotten Tomatoes and lowest critic score. So I add up all the numbers. Here are the totals we get for each franchise. So the bottom is Divergent 374, then Fantastic Four 352, Sony's Spider-Man Universe 343, Alvin and the Chipmunks 342, Highlander 321, Animal Farm 320, RoboCop 299, Neverending Story 286, Neverending Story and Pirates of the Caribbean both have 286. So then when it comes to how I broke the tie, what I did is in each case, I look at how much of a fan am I of each franchise, how relevant is it, and what's the average Rotten Tomato score. So Neverending Story is a franchise I'm a bigger fan of and I think is more relevant, whereas Pirates of the Caribbean has a higher average Rotten Tomatoes score. So Pirates of the Caribbean comes in below Neverending Story. And then if Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, 271. Matrix, 243. Ice Age, 2. No, hold on a minute. Okay, I just need to find. Let's see. I'm looking for the right piece of paper here. Okay, here we go. So, where did I leave off? All right. So you had Pirates of the Caribbean 286, and then Neverending Story 286, and then Honey, I Shrunk the Kids 271, Ice Age 264, Nutty Professor 258, Tron 256, Cars 253, Medfield 252, Matrix 243. Then Dr. Seuss Journey to the Center of the Earth are both tied at 242. So I look at this. I'm more of a fan of Journey to the Center of the Earth. It has a higher average Rotten Tomato score, but Dr. Seuss more relevant. So you got Dr. Seuss coming in below Journey to the Center of the Earth. Then Transformers 241, Superman 236, Alice in Wonderland 231, and then Jurassic Park and DCEU both tied at 227. So DCEU is a higher average Rotten Tomatoes score. I'm more of a fan of it, but Jurassic Park more relevant. So Jurassic Park comes in below DCEU, and then Blade 225, Beauty and the Beast, yeah, X-Men 223, and then Beauty and the Beast 222, Percy Jackson 215, Night at the Museum 209, Men in Black 206, Doctor Dolittle 202, Adam's Family 197, Pinocchio and Star Wars actually are both tied at 194. So Pinocchio is a higher average Rotten Tomatoes score, but I'm more of a fan of Star Wars and I think it's more relevant. So Pinocchio comes in below Star Wars. And then Hellboy is Hellboy 193, Lion King 189, Despicable Me 186, Mummy 185, War of the Worlds 180. Mummy and War of the Worlds are both tied at 185. And so we look here. Okay, so War of the Worlds, I think, is more relevant, a bigger fan of it, and has a higher average Rotten Tomatoes score. So War of the World comes in ahead of Mummy, and then Little Mermaid 176, I Am Legend 175, Terminator 172, Peter Pan 169, Kingsman 165, 101 Dalmatians 163, Jumanji 158, Alien 148, Muppets 146, Predator 144, TMNT 140, Narnia 130, Madagascar 127, Shrek 120, Back to the Future. Shrek and Back to the Future are both tied 120. So I think that Shrek comes in below Back to the Future. Right. And then Lego 117, Goosebumps 113, Ghostbusters 108, Wizard of Oz 102, Jungle Book 97, Harry Potter 89, Christmas Carol 87, King Kong 85, Planet of the Apes 81, Lord of the Rings 79, Batman 76, Mad Max 74, Star Trek 70, Willy Wonka 61, Toy Story 40, Toy Story and Spider-Man both tied 46. So I mean, Toy Story's franchise that I'm a bigger fan of has a higher average Rotten Tomatoes score, but I think Spider-Man is more relevant. So Spider-Man comes in below Toy Story, then MCU 44, Kung Fu Panda 35, How to Train Your Dragon 28. So now we're going to discuss which of these franchises is set entirely on Earth and which ones are not. So you got franchises like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings that are not set on Earth at all. Star Wars is set in a completely different galaxy. There's a bunch of different planets, along with, of course, stars, other spatial features, a ton of citizens. It's very big. the Lord of the Rings is set in Middle Earth, and as far as I'm aware, anyway, Middle Earth is all in one planet. I haven't heard that there's ever any mention of other planets in Lord of the Rings, life on those planets. And then you have franchises that are both set on Earth and places outside of Earth, like Kung Fu Panda. Most of the time, it's an alternate version of Earth where there's no humans around, seemingly. But you see the spirit realm, for example. Then, How to Train Your Dragon. For the most part, it's set in an alternate version of Earth where there are dragons around. But you do see the hidden world and How to Train Your Dragon free. And then you see more of the hidden world in the new TV show DreamWorks Dragons 9 Realms. You actually see multiple different realms. So in that case, we're definitively seeing places outside of Earth. The DCEU is set on Earth a good amount of the time, but not 100% of the time. Because in The Flash, for example, we see all these different universes, and then in in Man of Steel we see Krypton, and trying to think of his other places. See, those are some of the big ones. With the MCU, this franchise started off being on Earth back in Phase 1 with Iron Man, Incredible Hulk, but then Thor brought in Norse mythology, and thus we saw Asgard and Jotunheim, learned about the Nine Realms, the World Tree, and then in the Avengers, there's this other place where Thanos, the Chitauri, and the Other are. Then for the Dark World, we see some more of the Nine Realms. Guardians of the Galaxy really expanded things by taking us out to space. We barely see Earth at all. We see all these other planets, different alien species. That continues in the other two Guardians movies. And then in like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, we see more of the quantum realm. We see Sakaar for the first time in Thor Ragnarok. We've seen different universes or dimensions at this point. Nor dimension in Miss Marvel, the dark dimension, the mirror dimension in Doctor Strange, and thus things have expanded a lot to the point where there's multiple universes. Most of the franchises I'm talking about today are not multiverse at all. And then Wizard of Oz, in the original book, this is all presented completely straight. The story tells us this land Oz is a 100% real place that Dorothy went to, whereas the 1939 film implies that Dorothy just dreamt this all up, and none of it was actually real. And then Star Trek takes us out to all these different planets. The big difference from Star Wars is that Earth is actually there, but still, we're a lot of times seeing various different planets, new alien species. Then you have Fantastic Four. Most of the time, this is set on Earth, but like in the 2015 film, there is that other planet that our team goes to. That's where they get their powers. And then Never Ending Story. This is one I debated with myself actually. Like, do we really go to some place other than Earth? Because like this kid is reading a book and he basically sees what's going on in this place called Fantasia. He never physically enters Fantasia. He just reads about it. Well, he's seen all this stuff happen, but we as the audience see Fantasia, so I think it still counts. And then Alien, you have LV426, LV223. We don't see Earth that often, actually. The Predator, a lot of the time, this franchise is actually set on Earth, but in the movie Predators, we do see this alien world that the Predators are bringing all these humans to. It's a game preserve planet. Then with Tron, this is a little bit different because it's a virtual reality world that our characters go to. So technically, they're not actually leaving Earth, but it's a different place though, because they enter into this digital virtual reality world that isn't the real world. And then you have Transformers. A good amount of the time, this franchise is set on Earth, but we have seen Cybertron before. Admittedly, in the live action Transformers movies, we haven't actually seen very much of Cybertron, I'm really looking forward to Transformers Year One coming out in 2024. New animated film. It's going to be about Cybertron, Autobots versus the Decepticons. I want that one to be really good. Then Superman. We saw Krypton in Man of Steel, the Richard Donner Superman films. And then Spider Man. Most of the time, this one is set on Earth, but then you get into and across the Spider Verse that are multiverse films. And so you see all these different universes, all these different realities. And then you have Percy Jackson. Most of the time, this franchise is set on Earth, but in the movies, you see Mount Olympus. Now, whether or not this is a different place is debatable, but we also see the underworld. It's not and we see the Greek version of the underworld with Hades there. We see it specifically in the movies, not in the new TV show so far. Then you got Jumanji, where there's this world in this board game that our main characters have gone to in the movies. Then with Lego, this is one that I debated for quite a good amount of time. I wasn't sure what to do with this one. Is this set in an alternate version of Earth or not? It's hard for me to decide because we see the real world in that first Lego movie right at the end. We learn that, oh, this Lego world isn't actually real. And then you have the Bionicle movies from back in the early 2000s. They seem to take place in their own world, not like an alternate version of Earth, which is the case of like Lion King or Cars, for example. And then you got Narnia, where we of course have the world of Narnia. Then Peter Pan, you have Neverland, which seems to me like it's its own place, not like part of Earth, though that is admittedly debatable. With, with yeah, with Lego, that one was hard to decide, but because in the Bionicle movies, it seems like we're in a completely different place. And actually, in Bionicle 4, The Legend Reborn, this main Bionicle is sent to a different planet. Then you got the franchises that are set entirely on Earth or an alternate version of Earth. So several animated franchises, for example, Toy Story, Cars, Despicable Me, Ice Age, Pinocchio, Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, 101 Dalmatians, Jungle Book, Madagascar, Shrek. Difference here, of course, is with Ice Age or Little Mermaid or 101 Dalmatians or Jungle Book, Beauty and the Beast, Toy Story, Despicable Me, Madagascar, Shrek. There are actually humans in there, whereas with Pinocchio is humans too, whereas with Lion King, Cars, there are no humans around anywhere. Then Kingsman, Blade, Sony's Spider-Man Universe, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Men in Black, X-Men, Batman, Adam's Family, Mad Max, Planet of the Apes, Doctor Dolittle, Nutty Professor, Highlander, Night at the Museum, Medfield, Journey to the Center of the Earth, Dr. Seuss, Ghostbusters, RoboCop, Mummy, King Kong, Terminator, Back to the Future, Divergent, Alvin and the Chipmunks, Pirates of the Caribbean, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, I Am Legend, Matrix, Muppets, Goosebumps, War of the Worlds, Alice in Wonderland, Willy Wonka, Animal Farm, Christmas Carol, Hellboy, Jurassic Park, Back to the Future, Harry Potter. Of course, the difference between these franchises is some of them are more realistic, some of them are closer to our reality, and others are not. For example, Jurassic World is obviously sci fi, it's not fantasy because cloning does actually exist in the real world. Obviously, not to the same level as Jurassic Park, but still, cloning, genetic technology, this does exist in our reality. It's just much more advanced in Jurassic Park, where they actually bring dinosaurs back. Whereas Harry Potter, Goosebumps, and clearly fantasy, Harry Potter alternate version of Earth, where witches and wizards actually exist, and then something like Nutty Professor about this, well, this weird, quirky professor that invents something. It's pretty close to our reality. The Night of the Museum, for the most part, is pretty close to our reality because the tablet is the one fantasy element in there. And we're now going to move on to talk about culture and talk about how long each franchise has been around and what the source material is. So you got the MCU started in 2008 with the release of Iron Man. The Spider-Man franchise started with a TV show in 1967. X-Men also started with a TV show in 1992. Fantastic Four also TV show in 1967. DCEU started with Man of Steel in 2013. Batman started with TV show in 1966. Superman started with Superman and the Mole Men in 1951. Hellboy started with first film in 2004. Kingsman started with The Secret Service in 2014. Men in Black started with a film in 1997. Sony's Spider-Man universe started with Venom in 2018. Blade started with the first film in 1998. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles started off as a TV show in 1987. Cars started with the first film in 2006. Toy Story started with a film in 1995. Despicable Me started with the first film in 2010. Ice Age, first film in 2002. Shrek, the original book in 1990. Madagascar, first film in 2005. How to Train Your Dragon started with a book from Cressida Crowell, came out in 2013. Kung Fu Panda started also in 2008, like the MCU first film. Jungle Book started with the book in 1894, so this one's been around for a while. Beauty and the Beast, this one's been around for a long time, more so than any other franchise, because the original fairy tale came out 1756. Lion King started with the first film in 1994. Little Mermaid started with Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale in 1837. That's been around for a long time as well. Pinocchio started with the original book in 1883. Alice in Wonderland also started with a book from Lewis Carroll in 1865. Peter Pan started with the original play in 1904. You'd be forgiven for thinking that Peter Pan started with the original book from J.M. Barrie. It's what a lot of people think, but in reality, it started off as a play. Divergent started with the first book in 2011. Animal Farm started with the book in 1945. Journey to the Center of the Earth started with the book in 1864. Dr. Seuss also first book in 1955. I Am Legend book in 1954. Lord of the Rings started actually with The Hobbit in 1937. Harry Potter started with the first book in 1997. Night of the Museum started with a book in 1993. War of the Worlds book in 1898. Wizard of Oz book in 1900. 101 Dalmatians book in 1986. And then Narnia book in 1950, Goosebumps book in 1992, Planet of the Apes book in 1963, Christmas Carol book in 1843, Jurassic Park book in 1990, Lego. You had the Bionicle books that came out in the early 2000s. The Lego bricks first started being made in 1949. Jumanji started with a book 1981. Dr. Dolittle, Willy Wonka, Percy Jackson all start from book. Percy Jackson 2005, 1964 for Willy Wonka, 1920 for Dr. Dolittle. Muppets started with a TV show 1955. Sing Me with Star Trek TV show 1966. Addams Family TV show 1964. Transformers TV show in 1984. King Kong film in 1933. Mummy film in 1932. Alien film in 1979, Predator film in 1987, Terminator, film in 1984. Back to the Future, film in 1985. Highlander, film in 1986. Ghostbusters, film in 1984. Medfield, film in 1961. Nutty Professor, film in 1963. Tron, film in 1982. Star Wars, film in 1977. Matrix, film in 1999. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, film in 1989. Pirates of the Caribbean, film in 2003. RoboCop, film in 1987. Alvin and the Chipmunks, TV show, 1961. Neverending Story, film in 1979. Then Mad Max started with the first film in 1979. So you can see there's some pretty big differences here because Beauty and the Beast is the oldest out of these, 1756. Newest one would be Sony's Spider-Man universe that only started as of 2018. That was only 5 years ago. Now, going to look at how much of a cultural impact has each franchise had. So first of all, regardless of how you think about Star Wars, you can't deny it's had a lot of cultural impact because New Hope was groundbreaking when it came out in 1977 because no one had seen anything like that before. Yes, George Lucas has not attempted to hide the fact that he drew inspiration from a lot of different sources, like Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey, that comes from The Hero with a Thousand Faces. It's a monomyth that many stories have used. The archetypes of the hero's journey have been used often. And also with the Jedi, George Lucas both took inspiration from Western sources, i.e., Knights of the Round Table. He wanted the Jedi to look like medieval knights except with laser swords, but also he took inspiration from Eastern sources. He created the Jedi to be monks. You can see how he took inspiration from Eastern philosophy. And also, the movie Dam Busters clearly influenced George Lucas. Some of the lines of dialogue from Dam Busters are in Star Wars as well. Some really similar imagery. Lucas took inspiration from World War II aerial dogfighting. And also, Kira Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress, old serials from the 1940s like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers. Even though Star Wars clearly took inspiration from many things that already existed, it nevertheless showed audiences things they hadn't seen before. When that crawl started with the utterly iconic John Williams score, then you get that opening shot of the Star Destroyer slowly coming into frame, and then you're seeing laser gun fights, and you see the lightsaber, and then the space dogfight at the end. It blew people away. And on top of that, as they're just basically saying, Star Wars is modern day mythology. It's a modern day articulation of classic mythology, like the hero's journey, for example. And then the then yeah, the other also so much of Star Wars is just part of pop culture because the Force, the lightsabers, the Jedi, the Sith, Darth Vader, Star Destroyer, X-wing, Tie fighters, all, and also the ending twist from Empire is easily one of the most famous plot twists in cinema history. That, along with the Planet of the Apes plot twist, are so famous. Things like Darth Vader, the Millennium Falcon, or Luke Skywalker have become part of pop culture. And then just think about this way: how many pieces of fan fiction or memes have been created based on Star Wars? Just look online and you'll see how many there are. And then think about this: how many different people have either written a book or comic or video game, done a movie, an episode of a TV show? So many different people have put their hand to the ring and created something for Star Wars. With the MCU, there have, of course, been a lot of movies, but you can't say that nearly as many people did something for that franchise. Star Wars has been around for over 40 years at this point. And there's been so many books, comics, video games, to the point where you now have two different continuities. There's the old Star Wars Legends and then the new Disney canon. think about it. How many of these other franchises have two different continuities? I don't know if really any of them do. Obviously, Batman, Spider-Man, Superman, there have been multiple versions of them for sure that are each separate from each other, but it's not exactly the same thing as Star Wars. And then Baby Yoda or Grogu has become famous because he's made Disney so much money. He's been such a merchandising machine. His character so quickly became a meme online. So you see Baby Yoda's face plastered everywhere. That's how popular he is. And then the Phantom Menace and the Force Awakens made so much money. They were both cultural events because so many people went out to see those movies. It's like, yes, Star Wars is back. In each case, the franchise hadn't put out any movies in a while, and so it was a big deal when those movies came out. Also, think about this: A New Hope was one of the first big blockbusters. New Hope and Jaws were some of the first big blockbusters, and this really changed how Hollywood made films. Also, also John Williams is known as one of the best composers out there. One of the big reasons for that is because of his terrific and iconic Star Wars score. Then you have the MCU. Think about it this way: the first 25 movies in the franchise are all fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Even for the Dark World, universally guarded as one of the most generic and mediocre and forgettable movies in the franchise, still fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Captain Marvel, movie that has split people so much because some people really do not like Brie Larson, still fresh. And even Doctor Strange 2, which I think disappointed a lot of people, still fresh. And then there's only two movies actually that are rotten on Rotten Tomatoes. Just Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania and Eternals. They're also the only two MCU films that have a B cinema score. Every other MCU film, A cinema score. Even the Marvels, which bombed at the box office, its performance was abysmal, still is fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Only barely, but it's still fresh. So this right here is a very, very impressive track record. How many other franchises have been this consistent when they've been putting out movies for over 10 years? How many other times can you say vast majority of these movies are fresh on Rotten Tomatoes? Vast majority of them have an A cinema score. There's only been a few misses. Even Iron Man 2, widely regarded as one of the weakest MCU films, still is like a 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's surprising to me the score Iron Man 2 has, because I personally don't think it's worth it's a 73% movie. I do not like that movie, but it still doesn't have bad reviews. Also, so many people went out to see Endgame when it came out. The way that Disney, Marvel Studios managed to close off everything in Endgame, the way that they so perfectly set everything up and then paid it off in that movie is truly incredible. What other franchise has managed to pull off what the MCU has pulled off? They managed to make a movie that got people so excited and made people so happy, made over $1 billion. And honestly, I don't know if you can really top Endgame. It was such a cultural event. And then on top of that, what other shared universe beside the MCU has been as successful? None of the other shared universes have been able to do even close to as well as the MCU. And then you got Star Trek, which is a franchise I only started getting into more recently, but still, it definitely has had cultural impact because of the fact that the TV show was so well received. And also, it really got people excited about space travel, go all that stuff. Here we are. Let's see. Star Tr- Star Trek, yeah, it really influenced public interest in the U.S. space program and education in the topic of space exploration. Then, Star Trek is one of the most successful sci-fi TV shows out there, and the fr- the TV for Star Trek has been going on since the 1960s. On top of that, the Enterprise, Spock, Kirk, they're a part of pop culture. The franchise has won many awards, and the fact that Star Trek has an optimistic tone to it because it shows as humanity evolving, becoming better, uniting as a species to reach out to the stars in order to find new planets, new alien species. And then when it comes to Harry Potter, so many people have read the books, and what the 8 movies managed to pull off was very impressive. With Lord of the Rings, and the Peter Jackson trilogy was incredibly successful. They are recognized as some of the greatest, most influential films ever made. They've won many accolades. Lord of the Rings Return of the King was the first fantasy movie to win Best Picture. Then you got franchises like Peter Pan, Alice in Wonderland, or The Wizard of Oz, where the original book in Christmas Carol is another example. In all these cases, and the original book is a classic. Peter Pan, Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland, classic children's stories. Christmas Carol, easily one of the most famous Christmas stories ever made. So many lines of dialogue from the story are iconic, along with the character of Ebenezer Scrooge, the free ghost. Think about how many adaptations there have been, and consider how long this franchise has been around. Also, when it comes to Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, and Little Mermaid, all classic Disney Renaissance films. And then Jungle Book. It's the same in Jungle Book, actually. That was with Jungle Book, like I was just talking about, the original book is a classic as well. Then with Pinocchio, that 1940s film was the first animated film to win a competitive Academy Award, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Story is just part of pop culture. This movie has been added to the U.S. National Film Registry. It's a groundbreaking achievement in effects animation. Also, one of the versions of the Christmas Carol has a 100%. I mean, that doesn't happen very often at all. Cars, a ton of merchandise was sold. Toy Story, 2 out of 4 of the films have 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. And a lot of people grew up with Andy. They grew up watching the Toy Story films, and so they got older along with Andy. And then with Ice Age, I think that the one way in which this franchise has had cultural impact is because the Scrat is such an iconic character. The whole part of those movies about Scrat trying to find his acorn is one that so many people know about. With Despicable Me, as I mentioned earlier on, the Minions have been such a money-making merchandising machine that become so incredibly well known. And then with Kung Fu Panda, you watch those movies, you think this is being made by people that have an affection for Chinese culture, and they want to represent that well on screen. And then with Shrek, this really stands out because of its subversive nature, where it's anti fairy tale, because the movies explicitly make fun of the fact that in the stories, the beautiful princess is supposed to get together with the handsome Prince Charming. The two of them live happily ever after. Then, no, that's not what happens here because Shrek's an ogre. Fiona ends up being an ogre. The two of them are happy together. They're like, this is the way we want it to be. We don't care if other people look at us as monsters. Fiona goes, this is the man that I love, even though at first her family doesn't approve at all. And there's a part in the original Shrek where you have these bandits that come in, and at first we think that they're going to take Fiona hostage because that's usually how things go in fairy tale. You have the damsel in distress. But then, nope, trope completely subverted because Fiona beats up all the bandits And the second film, you have the Prince Charming that's going to get married to the princess. It's like, oh no, this guy is a complete villain. And then fairy godmother, the way it's supposed to go. So, oh, she's there to help Fiona, our fairy goddaughter. Remember, happiness, just a teardrop away. But at the end of the film, like, yeah, she's awful. And then the first film is a part where Fiona blows up a bird. In the first film, there are several different points where the joke is very clearly, the point is clearly made that Lord Farquaad is compensating for smaller genitalia. This is a part actually Shrek and Fiona both turn animals into balloons. And so you have this tone where it's like not everything is perfect and magical the way it's supposed to be in a fairy tale. And then you have Madagascar, where I think the one way this cultural impact here is just the penguins have become so famous. I mean, they got their own movie and TV show. Then never ending story. We have franchises like Jumanji, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Never Ending Story, Alien, Predator, Terminator, Back to the Future, Ghostbusters, where the original film, or in the case of Back to the Future, the original films are all absolutely classics. And with How to Train Your Dragon, actually, similar to what I was talking about with Toy Story, and people have grown up with the How to Train Your Dragon movies. They've been very well received. And then with Ghostbusters, that theme song is so iconic. When there's something strange in your neighborhood, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters! When there's something weird and it don't look good, oh, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters! And also the costumes, the energy, weapons, the look of the white ghost with the red slash through it. That's all iconic. And then when it comes to Alien, you think about it, the first movie came out back in 1979. People hadn't seen that kind of horror before. They were seriously scared. So Alien is definitely a slow-paced movie. Then when it comes to Predator, the first movie starts off as a very generic, by the books 80s action flick about the big macho men with the big guns going in and blowing everything up, just killing the bad guys. Everything is great. They're the best of the best. They're awesome. And then this alien comes into the picture, and we see that even these highly trained Marines with powerful weapons are the best of the best. They start to crack under the pressure. The Predator kills them off one by one until it's just Arnold left. And he does not win by beating the Predator in an arm wrestling match. He only wins because he outsmarts the Predator. So that was something people really hadn't seen back then. A movie, it starts off as a generic 80s action flick, but the tone and genre completely shift. Then you got Dr. Dolittle and Nutty Professor. And the original film that the Nutty Professor is based on, that's a classic. Dr. Dolittle, based on a series of books that people read. Same thing with the museum, based on books. Aside from that, I don't think the movies have really had cultural impact. Then when it comes to Lego, I mean, this one is pretty obvious, right? A lot of people have played with Lego before. And so this one is well known to many people for that reason. And then with the Muppets, I mean, this is something pretty interesting, right? It started off as this TV show where you have these, well, Muppets that are talking and singing. I don't really think there was anything like that before. I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head, but it seems like that's the case. They were created by Jim Henson in 55, known for absurdist, burlesque, and self-referential style of variety sketch comedy. And so I think that is pretty interesting. Actually, I just looked this up. So throughout all this time the Muppets have been around, they've been regarded as a staple of the entertainment industry and popular culture in the U.S. and English-speaking areas around the world, along with being recognized by various cultural institutions and organizations. So, okay, the Muppets actually have had a lot of cultural impact. I didn't realize that at first, but it's definitely true. Percy Jackson, again, a lot of people have read the books before. I think the way Rick Riordan portrayed Greek Roman mythologies interesting. Generally speaking, did it in a more lighthearted way. And then you have Goosebumps, where a lot of people have read the books, and I think that it's something very interesting because it's a entry level horror, not a slasher, not super violent, super bloody. It's franchise that you can be fine showing a 13-year-old kid to, similar to Five Nights at Freddy's. Pirates of the Caribbean, and Jack Sparrow has become such a famous character. He's known as one of the famous anti heroes. Yeah, I do think his character was prominently featured too much. And so I think over time, the novelty wore off. People started to get tired of Jack Sparrow, but many people know about that character. Then when it comes to Tron, it was one of the first movies to extensively use CGI. So definitely cultural impact in that case. Then you got King Kong and Mummy started off in the 30s. The effects in the original King Kong were groundbreaking at the time of its release because no one had seen anything like that before. The people who made the original film had to put a lot of hard work into making it. They didn't have it as easy as people do today. There wasn't CGI back then, so they had to use like motion capture, puppets, stop motion. And so when you watch that movie again now, of course it's not going to like hold up visually, but you can still acknowledge it's impressive what the people who made this film were able to accomplish considering the resources they had at their disposal back then. Also, you got several of these comic book franchises with the DC EU. I think that it has cultural impact because there's so much talk about the Snyder cult. What this is referring to is the group of fans, the group of Zack Snyder fans specifically, who are extremists, who take things too far. These are the people that are going on Twitter every day or every week. You're supposed to call it X now, I guess, saying the same thing over and over again, just screaming over and over again. Get James Gunn out of here. Get that hack out of here. Put Zack Snyder in. Make him in charge of DC. Also, give us the haircut now. And it's sad because these people just screaming the same thing over and over again, that's not going to convince Warner Brothers to listen to them. It's going to make Warner Brothers instead think, you know what, let's just not pay attention to these extreme people because they're not happy with anything we do. We gave them Zack Snyder's cut of Justice League. They did not show gratitude for this. Instead, it made them angrier. That's all they do. They're just constantly angry. That's something that I've noticed of YouTube is people tend to get outraged a lot because it's easy to get someone to click on a video of you being outraged. Think about it. What other movement, aside from Snyder Cult, has become more well known online? And and so then, see, aside from that, I don't know if the DCU has really had cultural impact. But when it comes to Spider Man, X Men, and Blade, those have absolutely had cultural impact because back during the early 2000s, there weren't very many comic book movies coming out. Spider Man, X Men, and Blade kickstarted the modern era of comic book movies. Then with Batman, the original Tim Burton film from 1989 was the first time anyone saw a serious depiction of Batman. Previously, they just saw the version from Adam West that's much more goofy and lighthearted. Then Dark Knight Trilogy was incredibly successful. And then when you look at Fantastic Four, I don't think there's really been any cultural impact here because the characters have yet to be done well on the big screen. And then you got you got TMNT. That's not a smaller one. I think this one has had cultural impact because the animation in Mutant Mayhem was very creative. It was the first TMNT film to actually get good reviews. So for me, it's like, yes, yes, finally, other people are actually enjoying a Ninja Turtles film. That's so refreshing. And then you have Hellboy. I talked about Blade already. Kingsman, Men in Black. These ones really haven't had as much cultural impact. Men in Black's had some because of the combination of Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones, but aside from that, not really anything else. I think that Kingsman has had some because when Secret Service came out, people found it refreshing to get a different kind of comic book movie, one that is more adult. It feels more like a spy movie. And then you have some other animated franchises like yeah, 101 Dalmatians. I haven't really talked about that one yet. I don't think this one has had much cultural impact. And then you got Highlander. The first film is definitely a classic, but unfortunately, none of the sequels have been very well received. Your RoboCop Matrix, I forgot to mention this earlier. You got some other classics right there, but once again, the sequel's not very well received. And then you have, let's see here, Divergent, as I was talking about earlier, it's not really left an impact on very many people. Like a lot of people look at this like, yeah, it's pretty generic YA stuff that I've seen before. So I don't think it's had much cultural impact. Animal Farm, some because of that original book. Same thing with Journey to the Center of the Earth, Dr. Seuss. Like Dr. Seuss's stories are just classic children's stories. An Animal Farm was intentionally created by George Orwell to be symbolic. He designed it to be an allegorical parallel to what was going on at the time, specifically to communism. And so you have the story where the animals take over the farm from the original owner of it, the original human owner, but then they become just as bad as the humans they once fought against. Very clear parallel to communism. Then with Narnia, C.S. Lewis specifically wrote the Narnia books to be Christian allegory. In particular, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, very clear allegory to Jesus, or Aslan is Jesus. And then with Goosebumps, saying that kind of book where it's somewhat scary for a kid, but not too scary, not to the point where it's going to traumatize them. I think that's something very interesting. With Planet of the Apes, I talked earlier about how that twist for the first film is so iconic. And also, man, the motion capture work done with Caesar in the new movies is simply incredible. It's so good. Then the original book, read by people as well. And then you got Willy Wonka. So the 1971 film is absolutely a classic. And Gene Wilder has become iconic for playing Willy Wonka. You did such a good job. On top of that, the score, the songs, the way the film looks, so iconic. With Jumanji, Robin Williams give great performance in that movie. And then comes, let's see, you got Back to the Future. Yeah, the original three Back to the Future films are classics. I mean, The DeLorean, Dr. Emmett Brown, Marty McFly, some of the lines like, wow, that's heavy, Doc, or Great Scott are iconic. And then you have Medfield College. I don't think this one's really had much cultural impact. With The Matrix, it did things that people had never seen before. Now, Matrix clearly took inspiration from some pre-existing stories. The whole idea of war between humanity and the machines. We saw that with Terminator, but with the Matrix, it combined together dystopian sci-fi machines taking over, Eastern philosophy, this really cool action with slow mo, bullet time. Combined all that together to create something new people hadn't seen before. And then you have Al- yeah, Alvin and the Chipmunks, I think it's had cultural impact because there's been so much merchandise made. People so they know about the Chipmunks so much. No, I think over time this franchise has worn out its welcome. The novelty is worn off more and more, but so many people have seen the Chipmunks before. And then we have Mad Max and Fury Road that made a big splash when it came out. People loved it. And then I think that right there just about I think that right there just about covers it. Um, yeah, I've not seen any other French. I've not seen any other French. Let's see. Did I talk about Transformers? I don't know if I did. So this franchise started off with a toy line back in the 80s. And so there's a lot of people out there who've grown up with Transformers or who grew up with this franchise. And then when the 2007 film came out, that there did things that people hadn't seen before. Like these big machines transforming and fighting each other. It was new at the time. I do think after several years, the novelty wore off. People started to get tired of seeing Transformers action, especially in the Michael Bay movies, because it felt like we're just getting more of the same. It's like, oh, okay, we're just getting more big spectacle, destruction, CGI explosions, whatever, who cares? I've seen it all before. I don't care anymore. This is just visual noise that doesn't mean anything. So because of that, the Michael Bay films over time tested people's patience. The novelty wore off. So you did see those movies gradually make less and less money because it's like this is not offering anything new. I've seen all this before. So that's why it was so refreshing when Bumblebee came out. And it's not focused on the spectacle. It's actually focused on the characters. I was so pleasantly surprised when I watched it. I was like, that is a legitimately great Transformers film. I'm so happy to see that after putting up with the Michael Bay movies for so long. Admittedly, I used to watch Revenge of the Fallen and Dark of the Moon pretty often. I used to quote lines from those movies, but especially with Revenge of the Fallen, that film has not aged well for me. Over the years, I've thought about it more. I've liked it less and less. Thus, I haven't rewatched it anytime recently. But I think that just about covers it right there. Yeah, that covers it when it comes to cultural impact. So now I'm I'm going to be wrapping this stream up pretty shortly here. I just want to say that I had a really good time doing this stream. I think it's very interesting to compare so many different franchises that are clearly very different from each other. I mean, some of these franchises are sci-fi, some of them are fantasy, some of them have been around for a while, some of them haven't. Some of them are ones people are really excited about, and other ones are not very excited about. And so that will be it for this stream. But at some point, I'm going to do a stream again where I add in some more franchises. But now I'm going to cut. Now I'm going to say goodbye